I drove my rusty pickup to the local game store door. Starfield gleamed upon the shelf, couldn't wait no more. Todd Howard spun his stories of galaxies afar, but when I fired up that game, I didn't get too far. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true. They boasted endless planets, each one unique and new. But after planet number 3, I'd seen a deja vu. The critics didn't love it, gave it mediocre scores. Just another space misfire echoed across the boards. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true. I searched for epic battles, but the AI wouldn't fight. Characters were wooden, and the dialogue was trite. Todd promised me the cosmos, but left me in the dust. Now I'm trading in this game, it's betrayed my trust. Oh, Todd, you weaved a fable of worlds beyond compare, but all I got were glitches and load screens everywhere. Still somehow I'm considering when the next game's not, 'cause hope's a stubborn thing, and I'll give it one more try. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I'll always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true. Imagine a hero shooter where the hero never showed.
That's most definitely what's up.
Imagine a game with a player base that just refused to grow.
16 times the detail.
A 5v5 hero shooter with gameplay that's just okay. And characters that remind me of Tupperware and white bread.
Catch me outside, how about
No,
that?
I'm not talking about Overwatch. Please stop bringing up Overwatch.
I'm vibing!
This game is not Overwatch. It's actually something else. Imagine a game with a story that no one watches. A game that costs $40 that Sony totally botches. It has all my favorite characters, like Lemmy, Dawn, and Craig. At least, I think that's what their names are. I never bothered to check. Concord like the grave, your legacy is safe. As a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Boop-a-doop-ba, deep-a-doop-da, scoop-a-boop-ba, beep-beep-beep-beep-beep, phlegm. Concord was about as good as accidentally peeing on your own leg. Concord, we're here to lay you to rest. We know you tried your best. You copied so much cool stuff just to turn out lame in the end. I'll never forget my favorite moments, like when Hot Sauce Guy jumped. Remember when he jumped? That was really cool. A rat just ran by on my desk, and even the rat didn't want to play Concord, even though I blessed him with the chance. The $40 he could afford, but the rat just stared on in a trance. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. The Costco guys made more money than you. They were just on Jimmy Fallon too. Imagine Lennox being on Jimmy Fallon, because I literally can't. The rat on my desk is eating all my Cheerios and grapes. And also Concord is dead. Concord like the grave. Your legacy is safe as a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Rat-a-ta-ta beep-a-da boop. Skim milk the rat fleet. Doo-da, doo-da. A guy said he really liked it, and then a bunch of rats ate his face. That's the sound he made when Concord passed away. I wish things turned out different, but either way I'm getting paid. Concord's dead, Concord's dead, and boy is my face red. When the game came out, everybody overslept. Concord's dead, Concord's dead. Holy crap, Lois, Concord's dead. When the game out, people played everything else instead.
Welcome, everybody. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Welcome. Glad to have you. We're here rocking and rolling. My hair was going crazy, so I grabbed some water and tried to tame the beast. I don't know if it's gonna work, but we're gonna find out. I swear I'm not just a greasy boy. It's water. You'll see. It dries. It dries. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling good? Feeling vibelicious? We have some fun stuff to go through today. I'm excited. I'm excited. Speculation that Ubisoft is intentionally screwing over their stock price. What? Conspiracy? Mayhaps. We'll talk about that. Information and speculation about the future director's cut of Hogwarts Legacy, potential DLC, stuff like that. People were saying I didn't give Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet enough time to wow me with some of the little details they had in the trailer. So I pulled up from Naughty Dog Central a post that outlines a bunch of that. So we'll look at that. Maybe I missed something that makes it look amazing. Little tidbit. This is not a story, but just letting you know, Witcher Trilogy is on sale, 84% off on Steam. Like, get your ass over there and buy it if you haven't already somehow. Just go do it. It's $11 for 3 games. Come on. Come on. Do it. That's it. Also, it's about time we started getting this industry back on track. It's about time we stopped having ugly dudes. This fan fixed Geralt, and I think it looks... They need to hire fans. They need to start hiring fans. None of this woke, ugly Geralt garbage, okay? Make Geralt pretty again. I demand it. I demand it. I do declare. Oh, man. Yeah, and then we still have a couple of little tidbits that we didn't get to in the last stream, specifically the Crimson Desert trailer from the Game Awards. I want to look at that, and a video we've been sitting on for a while that was highly recommended by somebody in chat, which is fake optimization and modern graphics and how we hope to save it. Basically, just a video breaking down how a lot of studios now are not actually optimizing their games. They're relying on kind of crutches to get to playable levels, and that's bad. So we'll talk about that. Solo Dad Gaming, thank you for the sub with Prime, by the way.
Blake Rogers donated $20 through Super Chat. Hey Luke,
Thank you, my friend. Very
don't know
generous.
if it's true or not, but apparently that Amir guy at the VGA that gave people job opportunities? Apparently he one of the directors at Tencent and he's the guy going for the buyout at Ubisoft.
Yeah, I actually had something bookmarked because I was gonna look at that. Because it's basically like they did that whole dedicated segment at the Game Awards trying to break down how like they were trying to say like the industry is better than all the layoffs, the industry is better than all this, and we can stand together against it, blah blah blah. But like it seems so stupid because the Game Awards is a corporate event. Like it is for releasing trailers and hyping people up. Like it is not this bastion of pro-consumer and like workers' rights. It's just not. That's never what it was. That's not what it was designed to be. It's just not what it is. And so that segment was really, really weird. This is the clip from Moriarty that I thought was interesting. The Game Awards featured a wildly insincere moment they called the Game Changers Award. There's so much wrong with a single moment that I feel the need to highlight each and every part of it separately. I tried to make it a single tweet, but it can't be done. Basically, they say, for context, the Game Awards has stalwartly refused to acknowledge that anything bad ever happens in the gaming industry. Thousands of people would be laid off, and the show would start with, "It's been an incredible year. Gaming is the best. Let's celebrate." This was the age-old problem where, for example, like Xbox had massive layoffs, and Jeff was very quiet. It took like days and days for him to say anything. PlayStation would lay people off or shut something down, and there would be no mention of it. And I mean, again, it's because Jeff is working really hard to maintain relationships with these companies. So he doesn't want to be like, yeah, get your act together, PlayStation, when he really wants PlayStation to come and show a trailer and all of that. Like, none of this is surprising, right? Like, none of this is shocking if you're familiar with the Game Awards at all. But at this show, they tried to make some adjustments. So, for example, he started off by admitting the layoffs had happened, but then wavered and quivered at the idea that he must always remain neutral. This was a very hard decision. Truly, it's impressive how hard it was to say this year has been difficult for some, especially at such a serious event. Yeah, I think he had to acknowledge it because like this year had a lot of layoffs. So to just ignore it or pretend it didn't happen would be a little silly. But again, like just think about the mechanics of this. Okay, just appreciate how awkward this would be. He is bashing them for layoffs while the guys that did the layoffs are like 15 feet away. Okay, and are there to hopefully accept some rewards or awards and stuff. Like straight up, if this is the stage, these are all the seats. Jeff is here talking to the camera or here talking to the camera on stage, describing how tough the year has been. And literally right here is Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, like the guys from Tencent, the guys from Embracer Group, all the biggest swingers and shakers. Swingers is not the right word, but all the biggest movers and shakers. Maybe they swing, I don't know. They seem close. But all of those guys are right there. They're all right there. And that's the thing. It's like Jeff needs them a lot more than they need him. So it creates this really, really weird environment where it's just awkward. It's just awkward. So at least saying something about it was a step, you know. I'll give him that. Then they paraded Amir Satvat up on the stage after explaining that he, believe it or not, made an Excel spreadsheet that people put their information in if they were laid off. There have been a lot of layoffs for several years, but now there was a spreadsheet. I don't mean to downplay so hard. If you're one of the people who lost their jobs, I honestly feel for you. And I know no one is going out of their way to help you. So every single bit helps of help feels like a lot. But this is literally a spreadsheet where you self-input information to hopefully get a job, because it's basically a spreadsheet that collects your info, your role, what company did you work for, do you currently work for, you put all that in, you put your roles, you put what specific roles you're looking for, when did you lose it, and it's called the One Job Seekers Workbook, and the hope is that people can find jobs with it. Cool idea. Great, cool, but like it is a spreadsheet, I'll give them that. When your entire plan is ripped away from you and suddenly the future you thought you had is impossible fiction, it can absolutely feel like you need anything. And to be clear, there's now a whole network of other people who have rallied to provide real resources. So Network support, role listings, career planning, exclusive perks, all of that stuff, which, absolutely is helping. But they brought this man up on stage and he said he made a spreadsheet when no one else could do anything. They paraded him in front of the people who literally fired everyone. It's a room full of people who fired the people you're saying that you're helping and they're awarding you for it. Like, that's what's kind of amazing, is that they are at an event filled with the people who did all the layoffs. And the people who did the layoffs are basically giving an award to the guy who's helping the people they laid off. What? Like, huh? Okay. A large chunk of the audience is people who chose to lay off people a month after Christmas. They are planning, this is absolutely true. They're planning to lay people off right now. They're going to do it next month. They gave you an award for providing volunteer services to their McKinsey and sacrifices. They clapped for you. Like, literally, there are going to be more layoffs next month. They sit here right now giving a guy an award for helping people who got laid off, and they're actively planning the next round. Like, at least when they didn't acknowledge it and they just kind of stuck their head in the sand at the Game Awards, it made sense. Like, you weren't trying to pretend like this was anything other than it is, but like, again, the Game Awards, for better or worse, is a corporate event. It is an event where corporations come together to showcase their latest products, to get you and I excited for them so that we buy them. That's what it is. Okay, this is going to come as a shock to some. It's not actually really an awards show. They don't really care that much about the awards. It's about the companies that come, pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to play a trailer in the show, and everybody's getting rich and making money, and that's what it is. That's what it is. And it's funny that that there isn't. They pretend that it's something else. They go on. The ultimate irony, of course, is that they positioned Amir as some guy who just felt really bad and did all of this for no reason and with no expectations and never asked for anything in return. While that's true, it's not exactly honest, and there is a difference. First, Amir is positioning himself as some sort of expert, some sort of #1 Google search result for game job resources. That provides exclusive perks and funnels viewers to other people's blogs, most of whom charge for paid gigs, speaking gigs, coaching, career optimization. TGA also positioned Amir as some guy who just felt really bad for everyone. Some fans of games who saw this tragedy and some fan of games that saw this tragedy and just felt the need to do something to address it. And while he's being paraded in front of people who fired everyone, at least he's doing something, except Amir is, surprise, part of the same crowd. Amir finds game companies for Tencent to acquire. After coming from Amazon Games, which collectively have laid off at least 1,000 people, he's not some random guy. He's part of a $490 billion multinational super corporation. Like, it's amazing. At least before we got to this part, it sounds like they're awarding some dude that was trying to help. But they're literally giving a member of their own group an award for helping the people that they laid off themselves and patting themselves on the head. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Tencent owns Riot Games, has major stakes in Ubisoft, Epic Games, From Software, Larian, Krafton, Grinding Gear, Remedy, Digital Extremes, Inflection, Supercell, Platinum, Jaeger, I'm not sure, Kakao, Paradox, Fat Shark, Funcom, Shark Mob, Frontier, and even Discord. Tencent owns a little bit of pretty much everything. We'll talk more about Tencent here in a few when we get to the Ubisoft stuff. Tencent represents 50% of China's mobile game market and 35% of the entire gaming industry, and is the most profitable game company, yes, even more than Microsoft or Sony or Apple or Google or EA or Nintendo, and beats most of those by double or triple earnings. So, you have an exec for gaming's top company, applauded by gaming's highest execs for creating a self-input spreadsheet and leveraging other people's volunteer labor, receiving an award for helping people laid off by the people applauding the guy who works for one of the offenders. Wow. And look, great that he's doing anything at all. Wouldn't it be nice if that room full of industry executives representing $500 billion in annual revenue did more than award a guy for making a spreadsheet? And isn't it sad that the very best anyone did was make a spreadsheet? Yeah. But the point is, this was an attempt to make it appear as though the Game Awards is really for like the little guy and they're looking out for him and they want to make the industry a better place. Don't get it twisted. Like, I can still appreciate the Game Awards for what they are as a corporate event. It's not like I think you should boycott it or whatever. But like the old Southern saying goes, don't piss on my back and tell me it's raining. Okay. I know what this is. I know what you're doing here. The weird manipulation of trying to make it out like he's just looking out for people. He's just trying to help people. When it's just the corporate guys rewarding themselves for laying people off, but this makes them feel better because a member of their own went and made a spreadsheet. Like, let's not pretend that it's anything else than that, okay? Just, you know, let's be real about it. Let's be real about it. But anyway, interesting little breakdown. And, you know, I do want to give Jeff credit because he did at least acknowledge the layoffs, whereas in years past, he's just kind of stuck his head in the sand and pretended like it didn't happen. So he did acknowledge it, but doing this weird like award thing, giving it to a member of Tencent, it's just a weird choice, frankly. And hopefully next year when they do the award again, there is somebody that's like actually done something really, really substantial to help people out, because layoffs are going to continue into next year. The problem fundamentally in the games industry right now is that games take way too long to make and they cost way too much to make as a result, partially of that. There's also things like inflation, cost of living crises that also require them to pay developers more. So as time extends, the annual pay for each employee rises. So it costs just across the board skyrocket. But games cost too much to make, and the reliable blockbuster releases of 10 years ago no longer work. It is not a given anymore, at least, that you can spend $100 million or $200 million on a game and that it will make at least that much back. It's not a given. And that's kind of like a no duh for a lot of us. Like, yeah, if it's a bad game, I'm not going to buy it regardless of the budget. But for a long time, it was just assumed in Hollywood and in gaming that if you just spent a lot of money on the game, people would come and buy it because they like big blockbuster stuff. And that's not a given anymore. So there's still going to be layoffs. There's going to be massive restructurings. And it's unfortunate, but like this is far from over. The industry is undergoing a pretty seismic change right now. And this year was bad. Next year, I don't know if next year is going to be worse, but there will also be a lot going on there. So we'll keep an eye on it. But interesting little tidbit about our friend Amir. They'll give it to Phil Spencer next year at this rate. The Game Awards for Game Changer goes to Phil Spencer. He only laid off 1,500 people this year. He's making progress. He's getting better. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be that surprised. Anchovy, thank you for that. 500 bits over on Twitch. The new Witcher and Naughty Dog games look so cool, and I can't wait for both. It's so disheartening to see all the discourse being about them making... I can't wait. Hold on. It's so disheartening to see all the discourse being about them making a woman the main character, and in one and the other one being a mixed woman who's unattractive to those types of guys. Yeah, I mean, if you're not interested in those games for those reasons, then I think the term that's been going around is gaming tourist. Like, you probably were never that much of a gamer. You're probably just here because like you're interested in the like woke DEI anti-whatever discourse. And so gaming is currently a place where that discourse is happening. So people funnel in there, but they're not actual like hardcore gamers. And you can usually tell because people are like, and they just arbitrarily choose Ciri to be the protagonist. It's like, if you played The Witcher 3, this is not a shock at all. And if you think it is a shock, that tells me you did not play The Witcher 3. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. And at that point, I'm not going to take your opinion that seriously, frankly. But with the Naughty Dog game, we'll look at it more here in just a minute because there's more tidbits, and I want to be fair to it as much. All I've tried to say is that to me it just doesn't excite me. Like, but that's mostly because of the setting and the vibe. The 80s retro futurism thing has just never gotten me particularly excited. If this were a game set in ancient Egypt with the exact same protagonist, exact same setup and everything, I'd be giddy. Naughty Dog game set in ancient Egypt, I'm here for it. But the retro futurism thing has just never really got me there. But I hope that they can convince me. And maybe as we go through more of this like breakdown of the trailer, we'll see some more stuff that gets us excited or interested. But again, we'll get there. Okay. This man and his pyramids. Dude, it's a problem. It's a problem. I'll boot up Microsoft Flight Simulator just to fly along the Giza Plateau. Like, it's a thing. Does anyone else do that? Like when you're about to travel somewhere, do you boot up your like Microsoft Flight Sim and fly over it to see what it looks like? I had that trip to New York City to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 last week, and I wanted to see like where the airport was that I was flying into versus where the event was. So like I hopped in Microsoft Flight Simulator and I flew over New York City to check it out.
Is now a member.
Absolutely not. Okay, well, screw you guys. It's cool. You should do it. It's awesome. I saw a lot of people thinking Intergalactic was Concord making a comeback. That's not good. I mean, they're both like this retro futurism thing, so the comparison is going to be made. I understand people got really like triggered when I made the joke on Twitter about it. Where I was like, I didn't expect Naughty Dog's next game to be Concord too, but it's because like they're in the same rough, like vaguely Guardians of the Galaxy adjacent, I guess, genre, if that's even a thing, even though they're very different games, maybe vibe, but it's the Guardians of the Galaxy thing that I'm just burnt out on. And having like the bounty hunter hard ass that actually has a soft heart inside, that just wants revenge, but is misunderstood and maybe cracks jokes, but really at the end of the day, just truly cares. Wearing a leather jacket, blasting some tunes from the 80s. I'm just burnt out on that vibe, man. I'm just burnt out on it. The joke is funny. Sony fanboys butthurt on it. Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand how people could interpret that as like, therefore it's going to be bad. I didn't say that, but I can see how people would conclude if you're saying something is Concord 2, you're implying it's going to be terrible. I'm sure that the Naughty Dog game is probably going to win lots of awards. It's probably going to be really well received. It's probably going to be really, really good and break our brains how they even made it possible. I think it's going to be probably technologically and everything really impressive. All I'm saying is that the vibes were not exciting to me. That's all I'm saying. When do you think it'll release? 2026? Yeah, I think that's what's been implied, is that it's a 26. I think Sony is stressed AF after Concord and Star Wars Outlaws failure. Well, and again, the most dangerous thing in gaming is like being uncool. Because if your game is uncool, people will actively avoid it because they don't want to be like shamed on social media or by their friends. It's stupid that that's how it works. But if a game is determined to be uncool or bad or cringe or whatever, people will not play it, even if it's a pretty solid game. And once that happens, it's more severe for like live service games because you need those players, whereas single player games, you can kind of get over it. But for something like this, it's just the fact that they're already disabling comments on the trailer on Naughty Dog's YouTube channel, and the view counts are a fraction of some of the other trailers that were released during the Game Awards. It just makes me worried that other people are not that interested in it to begin with, and that's going to be something they just have to overcome. They got to drop some killer trailers that wow people. But it was always going to come with the territory. I mean, they have two massive franchises they spent decades building, Uncharted and Last of Us, and now they're doing a new IP, and so they've got to start all of that work convincing people the franchise is worth it. They got to start all that work over from the beginning, and that's going to be tough.
Proto is now a member. Did you see Wukong dev being salty crybabies about losing Giddy? Bro wrote a whole essay. Intergalactic looked interesting in the last 10 seconds DBH.
Yeah, I think that that's a game that will be, they will do a ton of it will help it significantly when they can show gameplay. Because I think that's when people are going to be like, oh, shoot, wow. I think the cinematic trailer, because it's still in-game, like, it's an in-game trailer, so it's actually what it's going to look like when you play it. But I think people still just are so used to cinematic trailer, don't think about it too hard. But when they can actually show gameplay and the smooth transition from cutscene to gameplay, I think that'll win people over. And just frankly, like trailers where they are talking to the camera without clear exposition because they don't want to like over explain anything. It's hard to just get into it. Again, it's a new IP. I have no idea what these characters are talking about when they say, oh, you need this contract. He's here. Go there. You can get him. You were right. Blah, blah. I'm like, okay, I'm coming in cold, so I don't know the context of all this. It's going to take time for that to build up. And I'm sure in future trailers, it'll make us appreciate this one more, but it just takes time, and we'll get there eventually. As for the Black Myth guys being crybabies at the Game Awards, it's interesting because apparently they wrote like their acceptance speech 2 years ago. And Alana Pierce said that they like were sobbing when they didn't get Game of the Year. This is the clip.
And I was in the front row this year. It was my first time being in the front row.
I guess I should explain a little more clearly. Basically, what Proto is alluding to. Thank you for the 23 months of support, by the way, Proto. What he's alluding to is that there were reports that the Black Myth Wukong devs were not the best sports when they didn't win, and so they kind of like threw a bit of a fit, and Alana is going to talk about what she saw, but yeah, it's interesting. Here's what Alana says she saw at the Game Awards.
And I was in the front row this year. It was my first time being in the front row. I was like, wow, thanks, Jeff, great seats. But being in the front row means that you can see all of the actually important people. So like next to me was the whole Sony team. Frankly, that's probably why they put me there, was because when they gave me the seat, I was with Sony. So I was with the Sony publishing team.
Yeah, I think, didn't Alana leave? I think she was at Santa Monica as a writer, and then she left pretty recently, I think. I just saw it on X, but I don't know why she left or what happened. But yeah, she used to actually work there.
Behind me was Joseph Farris. Just behind him was Sam Lake, both of whom I know and am very fond of. They're both really great dudes. But I could see all of the nominees and awards winners, and the Black Myth Wukong team, I don't know which person on the team, was crying when Astrobot got Game of the Year. Because you could see him just looking down the line, which is the first time I've ever seen anything like that. Because generally everyone is like, Game Awards doesn't matter that much. But yeah, the Wukong team were crying when they did not win, which was definitely unusual. Clearly meant a lot to them. They did an amazing thing. But I did find that surprising. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Like, there's two ways to look at this, frankly, okay? Because people are like jumping on them and like memeing on them, being like, cry more, blah, blah. Okay, I want two ways we can look at it. For one, they worked for years and years. They had American games media trying to destroy their game in the form of those IGN hit pieces they did. And they overcame all of that. The game comes out and is financially a huge success, sells millions and millions and millions of copies. Millions of concurrent players. I mean, it really was a phenomenon when it first came out. They get nominated for Game of the Year, and they're like, our story is building to the pinnacle. We're going to win Game of the Year, and that's going to be like the big F you to IGN for what you try to do to us. And so they probably got really excited at that prospect. And they put their blood, sweat, and tears into this game, and it just came ever so short. And so it's just all of that emotion pent up, and some people, you know, it overflowed, perhaps. In which case, I can't really blame you. Like their crime is that they cared. Okay. You know, that I don't see how that's a big deal. But the other side of it is that there's been other posts and stuff that they made where they were explaining how frustrated they were, how there's this post from the CEO. There's a post somewhere. Is this it? From the Gamer. So like the CEO came out afterwards. I came here for nothing. The full context of the quote. Let's see the post. Is this it? Weibo. Oh man. I was hoping they would have translated it, but they did not translate. Ooh, there's a button. So like they post this massive thing. Yeah, might say so confident but not recognized by others, a little temper, very normal. In fact, I'm more confident than you. Refer to my first answer. The speech for the annual game stage was written 2 years ago, but it was useless. I mean, the translation's gonna be clunky. Yes, you can't be confident only when you've already won. That's not confidence, it's rereading of the results. If you lose today, you may lose tomorrow, but so what? Like the translation's really rough, so I'm not gonna like hold much of this to it because I don't think that it will accurately communicate what he was trying to say. But of the translations I've seen that seemed more natural in tone, it basically was that they were very frustrated that they lost. They felt like they came all the way to the Game Awards for nothing, even though they did win Best Action Game. And they described a misunderstanding of the criteria over what can win Game of the Year. In particular, he appears to have written, I came here for nothing. Let's see, quote, there are still many people in this world who don't have a chance to play so-called AAA games, many people who have never used consoles and computers, many people who feel confused, pained, and even desperate about the current world, and many people are suffering from injustice. I think the more this is the case, the more we need to create better games and create content that allows people to feel truth, goodness, and beauty. I mean, I think Astrobot does a decent job of that, but I don't know. I think over relying on things like this, the vibe I got was that he said, I feel like we came all the way out here to win Game of the Year and to get Game of the Year. And I think they felt that they misunderstood what the criteria was. So they got their hopes up when that wasn't going to be the standard. Because obviously, like, Black Myth was not, according to Metacritic and the consensus of reviewers, it was not the best game of the year. That was going to go to Astrobot or Metaphor ReFantazio. It was going to go to one of those, or I guess technically Elden Ring's DLC could have also won it. But there's just the vibe is that they didn't handle the loss super well. Whether they felt entitled to it, whether they just misunderstood and thought they had it in the bag because they had the most players out of, I think, pretty much any of the games that came out. I'm not sure, but they were upset by it. My general perception, though, frankly, is I don't think it's that big of a story. I think they just really, really hoped they were going to win. And after all of the crap they had to go through to get to the Game Awards and to get their game out and actually find success, I think they were just really frustrated that they just fell so short, just a little short of the ultimate prize. But they still won awards, you know, they still were recognized. And their game did surprisingly and dare I say shockingly well. So, yeah. But if we're relying on like Google Translate to infer that they're being like really pouty sports about it, I'm not going to trust Google Translate over what I think is the more reasonable explanation, which is just that they really cared. They wanted to win. They thought they had it in the bag. And then when they didn't get it, they felt like they had been a little misled. And so they were frustrated and disappointed. But I don't think that that's like the story that people are making it out to be. IGN was on the jury, so there was level of bias against them already. Yeah, the fact that IGN didn't like recuse themselves after the hit pieces that some of their writers were writing for that game was insane. And in literally every single thing that they did, on Black Myth, they would refer to that hit piece. They'd refer back to it. They'd be like, oh, this is the review roundup for Black Myth Wukong. Also be aware that we wrote this article about how terrible the studio, like it was really stupid. But I think they should still be proud of it. I think hopefully they can take what they learned from Black Myth and move forward with those learnings. And when we get a sequel or whatever their next game is, it hopefully pops off and is received even better. Because I thought Black Myth Wukong was a really good game, but I thought it definitely had some weak points. And if they can iron those out, then they'll definitely have a Game of the Year contender on their hands. Frankly. But there we go. Vormerdin, thank you for the 10 or for the 1,000 bits. Thank you, very generous. Hi Luke, how do you feel about nonstop negativity and toxicity in games right now? The negativity about everything at the Game Awards has been relentless. Seems like so many people want every game to fail these days and takes pleasure in it / when they do. I mean, I would encourage you to look over your social media feeds. Like I think that there's good faith critiques and there's people that are actually like trying to express how they feel about a game. Not everybody's going to think every game looks great. Like I think Mafia looks really good. I can understand why some people would be like, nah, I'm good. I'm out. I'm just not that interested in it. That's fine. That's fine. Like, I don't think they're being a hater. I don't think they're being toxic. Or in the same vein, like if somebody thinks that, Intergalactic looks meh based on the trailer, if they're just like, hey, I'm just not that thrilled by it, not that excited by it, that's fine. I think that's just somebody honestly expressing their opinion. When you get to the point where people are like bashing The Witcher 4 because they're like, they've sold out, they've gone woke, and Ciri is actually a dude now. Like when you get to that level, maybe just mute them on X. On YouTube, maybe just hit the 3 little dots and do the don't recommend me their channel anymore. Because like at that point, they're not actually trying to clearly express like a gaming opinion. They're just trying to rage. And I think a lot of these people are rage baiting. The people that are freaking out over Ciri's looks, I don't think most of them are. I'm sure some of them are very serious. But I think a lot of them are just trying to farm rage bait. And so I wouldn't mess with it, frankly. As for the vibe of negativity, I think gamers are just, when it comes to certain types of games, they are very frustrated. They're frustrated with the corporate side of it, with the quality standards that seemingly have dropped. And part of it is that this year kind of had a bit of a vacuum when it came to gaming discourse, because there were a few big games, but they were all pretty much in their own niche. Like Metaphor ReFantazio, great game. But if you're not into those like sort of anime adjacent, not Sega, Atlas games, it was never like, you're not going to play it. So there were people that were playing games that they absolutely loved, but they're all kind of in their own little niche. And typically we'll get games, maybe 2, 3, 4 a year, which span everybody, and everybody's playing them. Everybody's talking about how great they are and having a great time, and everybody can kind of come around that. For us, though, this year, that was like Helldivers at the beginning of the year, and then like Pal World at the beginning of the year. And then after that, we had occasional pops that did really well, like Shadow of the Air Tree. But that was like an expansion, so a little bit different. And maybe Black Myth, you could sort of count that in, but Black Myth's success seems to have been pretty compacted in terms of timeline. So I just think it was a weird year, and as a result, there were big gaps of gaming discourse, and drama loves a void. I'll tell you that. So when there's not much else to talk about, people just find things to talk about and rage about and freak out about. And so I think that is part of the reason that some of these voices that typically would be laughed away or would be ignored as just background noise, I think some of those voices got amplified because people just were looking for something to talk about. But next year, I mean, there's people that are trying to get like GTA 6 canceled. There's people that are trying to do that. And like as hype levels grow, as all of these other games are coming out, they'll be drowned out and they'll move on to another topic. Like they're always going to be there. They've always been there, but they're just going to move to another thing. They'll start talking about Snow White again. They'll go bash at Disney and make videos on that. Like, and the other piece of it too, and this is a very real piece, in the US, every time there's an election year, gaming discourse also degrades into this like culture war stuff. So it's also going to mellow out as the next 6 months go by. So just sit tight. You know, this too shall pass. This too shall pass. Are you going to cover the new AC Shadows Combat Showcase? You mean the one from like a handful of days ago, or did they drop the latest one? Because I do have the one from like 5 days ago that we're going to look at, because I want to give them credit for some of the revamps they've done. But anyway, Mr. Blue Skies, also thank you for subbing with Prime over on Twitch. Anchovy, thank you for the 300 bits. Tati Gabriel
96 is now a member. Happy 2
Ooh.
months. Game PR is changing. Expecting to see gamers favor gaming news content from creators like you over media conglomerates. Thoughts?
I mean, of course, I would love to see gamers. Well, let me say it this way. I think gamers already do. Gamers already favor individual creators over the big conglomerates. And you can see that just in view counts. Like a big company like a Kind of Funny Games or something can do a video or an interview with somebody like Todd Howard, and it'll do 70, 80,000 views for like a 2-hour interview with Todd Howard. And then you see Maddie will do a video interviewing Todd, and it'll do 400,000, 500,000, or whatever it did. Like, pretty clearly, people do or are more interested in the younger, fresher faces, in the more, I think, maybe relatable or genuine one-on-one creator relationships. Like, that just seems to be where we're at. As for whether like game companies start to react to that or approach it that way, I think some of them are. For example, like this thing we just did at in NYC. I retweeted the picture of it. Like, to promote Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Sir Toby invited us to New York to play the game, and this is it. This was it. I'm in the corner. I know what you're thinking. Nobody puts baby in a corner. I put baby in a corner. But this was it. Like, this was the whole thing. So they had the Cog, they had Petey, of course, Neon, Wolfheart, and myself. This was the entire New York City event. They didn't invite a big IGN thing. My understanding is they still sent them, like, they'll be doing coverage with IGN, and they'll still be doing that. But they did an entire event just for smaller creators for us to try the game and be able to talk about it. So some companies absolutely are reacting to that and are treating it this way and are looking for the more intimate one-on-one relationships with individual creators. There's still companies that don't do that, that want like the big corporate event, that want to do everything through IGN and things like that. Even like to a certain extent, if you remember the whole Dragon Age thing, where they didn't send review codes to, I think, more than 3 English-speaking YouTubers. It was like Skill Up Maddie and Mortismal, I think, were the 3 ones. Maybe some others got it, but it was like those 3 were the only notable game reviewers who speak English who got it, that were not part of like IGN or GameSpot. So there are still some companies that don't want to have that more direct relationship with the content creators because maybe they're worried they'll go AWOL and they won't kind of toe the corporate line of like being easy on them maybe, or just smiling and nodding and overlooking some of the other crap. But I think to answer the question fundamentally, there are companies that are treating it that way and are kind of reading the writing on the wall. But then there's also some that are still stuck in the past. And eventually I think everybody will start behaving more like this and will start being more, I think, direct, which I think is the better way to do it. Short Todd King. What are you talking about? Yes, I made it my desktop background because I find it funny. Oh man. So I'm sorry. Every time I see it, it makes me laugh. It's just so good. It's just so good. I even saw, hold on. Where is it? Do. Yeah, look at this. Even on our brand new Clips channel, which you should absolutely go subscribe to. Look at this. Even Trevor clipped the little picture of Todd for the thumbnail. How great is that? He's going to get a raise just for that one. That's great. That's great. Yeah, go subscribe to Luke Stevens Clips if you haven't already. Trevor's been absolutely killing it, pumping stuff out. And yeah, if you've not seen any of those videos, go check them out because they're just like little clips that don't fit into Luke Stevens live segments. They're a little shorter, like 2 to 10 minutes usually. So go check them out if you're interested. Hit that sub button. Okay. Anyway, let me continue catching up on these real quick. Mr. Blue Skies, again, thank you for that. Anchovy, 300 bits. Tati Gabrielle is such a good actress too. I'm sure she's going to do a great job. Oh yeah. In terms of like production value, acting quality, writing quality, I'm sure all of that will be top notch. Let me scroll up. And then I've got to catch up on the YouTube stuff too. Thank you guys. Vor Merton, thank you for the 1,000 bits again. Thank you. Very generous. My goodness. Thanks, Luke. I appreciate the thoughtful response. I think something that a lot of people have become detached from is that at the end of the day, this is just a hobby for 99% of the people. The whole point is to have fun and get something positive from it. I agree with the thing about the election. It definitely feels like it became an identity politics thing. Yeah, and that's part of what riled it up. Because you look back at 2016, game discourse around that time also became super crazy. Nadine in Uncharted 4 was a big point of conversation at that time, which, to be fair, like Nadine was like the big girl boss beating up Nathan Drake and Sam Drake at the same time. Like, even though they're both basically serial killers, like they're both mass murdering psychopaths, but they're able to get curb stomped by Nadine, at least for a little while. Like it was a Neil Druckmann moment, you know, no shocker there, but that was a point of discourse around that time. So this has been a thing for like 20 years probably. It just kind of morphs and takes form, and it just got really pointed and sharp this year because we had a lot of games that did come out that too perfectly fit the mold for people to freak out about. So I think that's part of the reason, but it's going to mellow out. It's going to become calmer in the future. But I think you're absolutely right. For 99% of gamers, they just want to play a fun game. You know, for 99% of gamers, they don't care if Sweet Baby Inc. worked on the game. They just want to know if the game is good or not. They don't even know what Sweet Baby Inc. is. They're like, yeah, I don't care. Just like, is it good though? And you can see that because like Sweet Baby Inc. worked on God of War Ragnarok. They did. It was on their website. They were very proud about it. And the game was really good. It happened to be really good. And so people bought it and played it and reviewed it well and people loved it. But it's because the game was good. Shocker. That's the main requirement. That's what people mostly want out of their games, is for it to be good. But I think for some people, it's more of a Puritan way of looking at it. Like if it doesn't pass the Puritan checklist of avoiding ills or mistakes, then it doesn't get the approval and you can't play it and you have to boycott it and you have to bash everybody who's playing it. And most people, they just want to play a fun game and they don't care much more about that. Let's see. Where was I? Hold on. Okay. How to send you a vid? You can send it to me on Twitter. Just tag me on Twitter, X, whatever. I can't guarantee we'll look at it though, just because as you can tell, we have a lot of crap to get through with my rambling. Let me continue catching up on these real quick, everybody, then we'll get back into it. Azam, thank you for that too. What do you think about the new Helldivers 2 update? I have not tried it yet, but it looks good. Sumaya, thank you for that one. You looked at AC Shadows Combat gameplay in Reddit AMA. Yeah, we have talked about it a little bit, but we're going to look at it again here in just a few moments for the combat specifically, because that delay seems to have done wonders. Justin, thank you for the membership, by the way. Blake, thank you for that one, for that 5. Yeah, again, I saw a lot of people thinking that Intergalactic was Concord making a comeback. That's not good. Yeah, I mean, it's clear that a lot of these games were greenlit in the wake of Guardians of the Galaxy's success, and they're just now coming out, and that's why all of these games, like, thematically are kind of close, and they all launch at the same time, and they all feel out of touch at the same time. But hopefully this is the one that pops off. But again, we'll look at it more in a minute.
Rube is now a member. Hey Luke, which game do you plan on playing next? Will you stream it?
I mean, I'm still going through indie. I'm still working through indie. What's damn it? What's the other one I'm playing? Path of Exile 2. Duh. So I'm still playing through those. I am probably gonna go back through and play like Baldur's Gate again after this, but I'm finishing up the Witcher stuff for the big Witcher video, and we're working on that. It's tough to predict exactly how fast like the full editing and everything will go through, because I see somebody also super chatted asking, Mr. Stu Kill asked about that. When's it going to drop? Because we're in the holidays, like I don't want my team working over Christmas or anything, so I can't say precisely when it'll be ready. But I mean, soon. We're in the home stretch. It's just, you know, it's trying to work through all of our other crap at the same time, but it's in the home stretch. Proto, yeah, again, thank you for the 23 months and the Black Myth comment. Edgar, thank you for the 5. People are lame. In Naughty Dog, I trust. Yeah, we'll look at some of the details because there's a lot of little Easter eggs in that trailer. So Maya, I am interested in Intergalactic if it's narrative Souls-like. Otherwise, I need to see more. I don't think it'll be Souls-like. I think it's going to play similar to probably the open world sections of Lost Legacy. I think it's going to be much more open than people are realizing. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as linear as their other stuff. Edgar, thank you for that one. I'm sure that China had expectations of them winning as a form of national pride. I'm kind of not kidding. Well, I mean, again, they were fighting such uphill battles for so long leading up to the game's launch, and then they get it out. It does really well. I think they just thought that the story was going to end in the most beautiful way, where they win Game of the Year and everybody has to like applaud for them, even though they tried to destroy them. They wanted that to be the story, and it just didn't quite work out that way, and that made it all the worse. Drunken Monkey, thank you for that 5. Hey Luke, on a lighter and unrelated note, have you seen the Joy Toy Warhammer collectibles, like the new Magnus model? No. Hold on. Opening tab. Oh yeah, these are sexy. It's the last thing I need is another model, another something for my display. I mean, you see this thing. Look how outrageous this thing is. What? Like, do I need another something like that? Those are good. If anybody's interested in Warhammer, look up the Joy Toy Warhammer models. Those are crazy. Lady Gray, thank you for the 2 months. Happy 2 months. Game PR is changing. Oh yeah, we did read that one. Thank you again for that membership. We ran through that already. Steel Kill, yeah, Witcher 3 video. We're in the home stretch. Vinayak, thank you for that one. Membership. As for what we're gonna stream next, I'm not sure, but next year's gonna be crazy. There'll be plenty to go through. Evo level 3, thing with the chew. What you think happens to ACIP if Ubi gets bought out? Probably not a whole lot, frankly. Assassin's Creed is like one of 2 things that works at Ubisoft. So, like, Ubisoft is a company of 20,000 employees that is kept afloat pretty much entirely by Assassin's Creed and Rainbow Six. That's it. And so I don't think anything would happen to it. If anything, we would get bigger and more AC projects greenlit. But yeah, I think everything else Ubisoft does would get cut and would get walked back. Yeah, Far Cry, true. Far Cry is there, but Far Cry is much more intermittent compared to the money streams that come in from Rainbow and AC. But they're certainly hoping that they can build up Far Cry again. Anticristo, thank you for the 5. For me, this year was very weak when it comes to games. Only FS25 Astrobot, and nobody wanted to, and nobody want today. Otherwise, maybe to die, maybe. Anyway, otherwise, I didn't like any game. Well, that's too bad. There are a lot of gems that came out this year, but like I said, they're very niche. So if you're not in those niches, it definitely did feel like an empty game. Some people, or an empty year. Some people were kind of dismissive. Some people were like, hey, if you actually like playing games, then this was a great year for gaming. And I think that's overly dismissive. Some people just don't like JRPGs, and that's okay. Some people just don't like it. So Final Fantasy just didn't connect with them. Metaphor they weren't interested. And that's okay. That doesn't mean they're not a gamer. It just means they don't like those kinds of games. And if you don't like those kinds of games, then yeah, definitely this year was not great.
Is now a member. Have you tried Fortnite Ballistic? If you did, what's your opinion?
I've not. I've seen the videos of it. It looks kind of fun. It looks kind of fun, frankly, but I've not tried it yet. Have you guys tried it? Is it good? I've seen the clips. It looks surprisingly solid. Blake, thank you for the 5. The only series to me, anyways, that does retro futures right, or futurism right, and interesting was the Alien franchise. Not too into the aesthetic of 70s and 80s retro. Yeah, it's a very, very specific vibe, and I'm a little burnt out on it personally. Miles, thank you for that one again. 11 months. Ooh, baby. Okay, we're caught up. We're ready for the next bit. Okay, thank you everybody for putting up with me as I work through those. Here we go. Should we talk about a conspiracy theory? Should we talk about it? Let's do it. News segment. There's a conspiracy theory, my friends. Oh, I probably shouldn't start with that. YouTube will be upset when we clip this. Let me try it again, Jacob. Another intro. There is a theory going around that the happenings within Ubisoft are not what they seem. That there may be secondary motivations to some of these things. This was first put out like back in the summer when rumors of a potential Ubisoft merger or acquisition were coming out. And then they kind of died down. But then with everything that happened with the announcement of the X-Defiant shutdown, people started to think that maybe there was something to this theory. And basically, it's pretty simple, okay? Put yourself in the position of somebody that owns a company, okay? You own the company. You have a lot of power over the company. And one of your buddies, who also owns a big chunk in the company, is talking with you and saying, hey, we could buy this out. We could do this. But if we're going to buy out this whole company, we need to get that share price down as low as we can so that we can buy it for as cheap as we can. Okay. If you were that person, how would you get the stock price to drop? How would you get the price lower so you could potentially acquire it for the cheapest possible point? Maybe you would cancel franchises and projects that look to be making a lot of money. Maybe you would continue to have endless projects that seemingly are going nowhere greenlit. Maybe you would refuse to do layoffs so that your profitability margins are in the toilet. Maybe you would delay projects out of their holiday release windows and to the point where you're spending tens of millions of dollars extra to polish it, but also pushing it out of that holiday release window when most of the sales probably would have come as a result of holiday purchases. You'd probably start doing stuff like that to see the stock price drop to be able to scoop it up for cheap, right? That's the theory, at least. That's what people are theorizing. Vitek back on December 9th had an interesting thread about this, saying, first of all, the real reason X-Defiant was shut down is because Ubisoft is intentionally undervaluing its IP for a potential shareholder buyout at a reduced cost. And X-Defiant was one of the IP they wanted to get rid of. Basically, they are sending it to the shredder because they want the share price to be low so that they can scoop it up a little bit better. The claim is also backed up by the fact that there is a public 8-page document by one of Ubisoft's long-term investors, AJ Investments, which points out that Ubisoft is in fact doing all of this for a potential shareholder buyout. The same document calls for the resignation of Ubisoft CEO and asks for Ubisoft to go private. To be clear, AJ Investments has been very, very vocal for a long time about all of this. They are passionately opposed to modern leadership within Ubisoft. But in this document, they basically go through all this stuff where they say, they outline like what happened with Tencent and all that. They say the current strategic direction under the Gameoff family's leadership has led to repeated delays and missed opportunities, which have resulted in significant financial underperformance. Share price of Ubisoft have also decreased by over 40% over the last year. We suggest that Ubisoft allow shareholders to vote for a new CEO and allow the sale of the business to a private equity group, or let the Gameoff-led consortium to buy out minorities for a fair price. And they continue going through this. The control exercised, the control exercised in September of 2022 by Tencent and the Gameoff family has effectively blocked potential acquisitions and partnerships that could have been beneficial for the company and its shareholders. More recently, in 2022, private equity firms such as KKR and Blackstone expressed interest in acquiring Ubisoft, but were unable to proceed due to existing agreements that prevent any single entity from gaining control without the Gameoff family or Tencent's consent, which this pattern of blocking potential acquisitions has prevented much needed restructuring and revitalization that will benefit all stakeholders of Ubisoft, which is absolutely true. They have intentionally avoided any of that because the Gameoff family wants to retain control. As you can see in this, they also have a little chart that they outline here. Enhance. Voila. Tencent bought 5% stake at around 66 euros per share back in March of 2018. Okay. Tencent invested another 300 million euros into the Gameoff family holding company at 80 euros per share valuation. Stock price starts to plummet. Gameoff Brothers Limited bought 4 million shares, 3.5% of outstanding Ubisoft shares at 19 euros. So the stock price plummets and they scoop up even more control during that time. As it's dropping in value, they're gaining more and more control. We believe that the Gameoff family and Tencent are discounting potential value of Ubisoft in order to buy more shares at lower valuation and eventually take full control of the company at a heavily discounted valuation. We value the great work that has been done by the Gameoffs over the decades in Ubisoft, but now is time to move on and restart the business with a new shareholder approach and new management/CEO. This would happen on February 1st, 2023, when Gameoff entities acquired more than 4 million shares of Ubisoft with the money from Tencent. In our view, recent delays of certain titles they are creating uncertainty amongst investors is beneficial for the Gameoff and Tencent in order to acquire more shares at even discounted valuation. Ubisoft, blah, 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 blah. This is all conspiratorial, to be clear. Okay? This is all very conspiratorial. But if you see a lot of smoke, if you feel the heat, if you smell the burning plastic, sometimes it's just a bunch of unrelated stuff. Other times, though, it just means there's a fire. Sometimes it is what it looks like it is. They go on. Mark Rubin was informed of the shutdown of XDefiant only 1 week before the official shutdown announcement, and some developers were not notified until the day before the official announcement. Their shutdown was never a player count issue. In fact, during XDefiant's whole post-launch cycle, player counts never fell below 5,000 concurrent players across all platforms. 2 weeks before XDefiant's official shutdown statement went out, XDefiant saw a substantial increase in player count with an average of between 9,000 and 17,000 players, and peaked at 21,000 during Thanksgiving, from November 27th through December 2nd for the Double XP event. At one point, XDefiant had a higher concurrent player count than Rainbow Six Siege. So the suggestion is that Ubisoft, even though XDefiant had potential, is shutting it down because they want that stock price to continue dropping. And whether this is the Guillemot family doing this or if it's Tencent is unclear, but Tencent, they are corporate sharks, as I've said 1,000 times. They know what they're doing. And if Tencent is looking at this and they're like, hey, guys, we bought 5% at 66 euros a share, and then we threw $300 million to you at an 80 euro valuation, and then the stock price plummeted, and then you guys scooped up, and they also benefited from this because this was the holding company that bought it up, but still, they bought those shares at 19 euros a piece. They're probably saying like, hey, we can take this over, but we're going to get it even lower. We're going to get it for a good price. And we're going to be the savior that comes in, scoops up the company from the brink of extinction. But that's where I'm at. Like, I think that there, as of right now, because of the agreements they have made, there is not really any free competition within the shareholders to bid for control of Ubisoft, because the agreements that Tencent and Ubisoft's founding family, the Guillemot family, the agreements they made basically limit control of the company unless they approve it. And they're not going to approve anybody else taking control of the company. So it's just going to stay the same or get worse. And the only people that really benefit from it getting worse is Tencent and the Guillemot family family and their holding firm. So I would not be surprised if Ubisoft continues to do weird things that don't make a lot of sense to drive the stock price even lower. And then sometime maybe next year, when the stock price hits an all-time low, they come in and they scoop it up and take it over. But the internal debate right now, the drama is that the Guillemot family wants to retain managerial control. Tencent doesn't want them to. Shocker, right? Like, I don't think they've been doing a great job. I think most of the problems at Ubisoft are a result of the leadership. But Tencent knows that. And so Tencent is like, yeah, you're useful right now because you're going to help us take control of this company. Because again, like, Ubisoft in the hands of capable managers with the IP they have, they should be worth maybe 10 to 15 billion dollars. Right now, they're worth less than 2. And that's pretty much exclusively because of managerial mishaps and incompetence. But they are potentially going to take over the company again. But the Guillemot family wants control of it. And I think what Tencent is looking at is right now they know that they hold all of the power in this debate. They have the cash. The Guillemot family does not have the cash. Guillemot family cannot buy out the company themselves. And the only people, because they made this deal with Tencent, the only group that can help them out of this situation is Tencent, because Tencent has to also agree with the takeovers and all of the stuff that's going on. So you can't get another firm to come in. They can't go back to BlackRock now and get them to buy it out with the Guillemot family. Not that BlackRock would want the Guillemot family there anyways. So I think the Guillemot brothers are playing some shenanigans, but ultimately I think Tencent is going to be the one that wins. And I would not be surprised at all if this saga ends with Tencent buying out Ubisoft, probably getting the Guillemot family to agree to a staggered departure window, kind of like what happened with Activision Blizzard, where after a certain period, the old guard kind of left. I think that something like that probably happens. The Guillemot family retires, and Tencent will slowly restructure the company. But mark my words, when Tencent takes them over, there's going to be mass layoffs, because Tencent, they don't play this game. Like, Tencent's going to look at it and be like, hey, if this team of people has been working on this game for 5 years and it's gone nowhere, yeah, we're going to stop that. Like, shut it all down. We're good. Like, they're going to come in and be very cutthroat. And you could look at it and be like, that's tragic. There's going to be thousands of layoffs, which of course it is unfortunate. Those people didn't do anything wrong. It's the managers who screwed up. But the other side of it is to say, well, at least if there's 5,000 layoffs, at least they're not laying off the whole 20,000 employee company. At least the whole company isn't going belly up, right? So it's going to be interesting. But I do think that there's a lot of corporate shenanigans going on with Ubisoft. And bizarrely enough, Ubisoft's owners right now, the Guillemot family, they have an interest in driving the stock price lower, amazingly enough. So it's just frankly really bizarre, but that's where we're at right now, because typically that's why executives are compensated the way they are. The reason why people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, the reason why their net worth is so directly tied to the stocks they hold is because it makes it so they want the stock price to go higher. They want the shareholders to be happy because that also will make them happy. It's also how they are going to make more money. So they aren't incentivized to do things that will cause the stock price to go down. That's kind of the whole premise of corporate America, right? But, corporate business internationally as well. But right now, because of these very specific situations and circumstances, the Guillemot family actually has a vested interest in that stock price going lower, so it's easier for them to take them over. Which is crazy. But that's where we are. That's where we are. So let me know in the comments and all that if you think that there's something to this conspiracy theory. I don't actually think this is much of conspiracy theory. It seems pretty clear that that's what they're doing, but time will tell if it actually works out for them. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if Tencent just keeps letting them drive the company into the dirt, and then Tencent comes in and scoops them up when they're really, really desperate. That would not surprise me at all. End of segment. Let Elon buy Ubisoft? No, because Elon would be like, okay, we're going to make all the games with AI now. And they'd be bad. Dare I say, bad. Not very good. Okay, speaking of Ubisoft, let's just go to this one real quick. Let's talk about this. If they're taking the share price, then shareholders could sue them. Absolutely. Okay. Let me be clear. I don't know how it works in France. Okay. It's listed in France. I'm not going to pretend to know the laws in France or any of that. But if it is like the US corporate world at all, then yes, there could be like a class action lawsuit and there could be problems with that. But having said that, I think the problem right now is that it's all speculative. And I think the difficulty with a lawsuit like that is that there would have to be some sign that they are intentionally driving it into the ground, and that's not super clear, you know. Danny Cage, thank you for the 5. Tencent owns 80% of GGG, the PoE devs, and they do have creative freedom of their IP. Do you think a Tencent buyout could be good for Ubisoft? Yes and no. Like, on the one hand, I think the company would become stable again because Tencent, for better or worse, they know how to run a successful business. They are the most profitable gaming company in the world. They know what they're doing. But most of that money has come from like live service projects, gacha games, mobile games, stuff like that. That's where most of their money comes from. But you're right, they do own some very successful studios that they've kept out of. I think it would be good for the corporate health of Ubisoft, but I do think the second they take over, there would be mass layoffs at a lot of the company. Again, Ubisoft has 20,000 employees. Some investor analysis groups have said that they probably need half of that for what they're actually putting out on an annual basis. In which case, like, you thought this year of layoffs would be bad. Like, Ubisoft, if Tencent took them over fully, Ubisoft would probably make up for all of the layoffs of this year and then some, just with the people that would be laid off from that one Tencent takeover. And part of that is because Ubisoft has refused to trim down their operations over the years. They just keep growing and growing and growing. So there's a lot of bloat for sure. But I think for the people that work at Ubisoft, it wouldn't necessarily feel that much better. I think Ubisoft, like right now, they have a lot of work from home programs that they're trying to walk off of, but they have unions that are coming at them, trying to sue them to stop them from having to come back into the office more frequently and things like that. But Tencent's just going to come in and, like, they don't care. Like, no, you come into the office or you're fired tomorrow. That's it. Like, they will not give any craps. Like, they will be about as cutthroat as they possibly could be. So I think for the people that work there, it probably wouldn't be that great. It would feel pretty rough. But on the other hand, Ubisoft is driving themselves into the ground. So the potential of a Ubisoft bankruptcy would be a lot worse than a Ubisoft bio or takeout. So, or takeover. In which case, like, I guess a restructuring is better than a liquidation. So I'll give them that. As for the games long term, we can hope that Tencent would let them be and would let them just do whatever they need to do and would promote the best game devs and stuff. I think the problem with Ubisoft right now is that it just seems like there is not a clear and consistent creative leadership on where these projects go. They try a lot of different stuff, but it's not like they just have like a few, like they don't have a Hidetaka Miyazaki at the top of Assassin's Creed. They have Marc-Alexis Cotier, who seems like a very, very nice guy, but I don't get the vibe that he is like this brilliant game designer on the level of like a Miyazaki, you know? So it's just not clear. It might not be that big of a deal, but it also could be a total disaster. It's just hard to tell. Did I see Tom's latest tweet? I did not. Oh yeah, they're working. He's working on a or a Far Cry 7. Yeah. Far Cry 7 update. So if this goes up while we're streaming, just say so in chat. We can look at it. Miyazaki's a diamond in the rough. Yeah, I mean, he is very much a person you want to keep happy. It was interesting though. I was talking to some friends last night because we had our D&D thing, and I won't say any names, so nobody's pressured, but I was surprised at how many people were just totally like, okay, let me say it this way. Most of my friends think that new Elden Ring game looks like garbage. And these are people who have like 100 to 200 hours in Elden Ring, because we were talking about all the Game Awards stuff, and I was like, what did you guys think of that? What did you think of the Elden Ring new spin-off game that they're doing? And I was expecting like, oh, you know, I'm open-minded, whatever. But no, like all of my friends were like, no, it looks terrible. They're like only 8 major bosses and then like roguelite stuff. I'm good, man. I'm good. I was really surprised. Yeah, and these are people that like, they're not trying to, you know, they're gamers for sure. They're very active gamers, but they're not, you know, streamers or YouTubers or anything. Like they're not posting their gameplay to social media or anything. They're just saying what they think. And a surprising, all of them, surprisingly enough, were just like, no, I'm not interested. I'm worried it's going to be garbage. It's not live service. They did say that it's not live service. You buy it, you get the game. It is only 3-player and single player. They said right now there is not a 2-player mode, but it's a roguelike thing, and it's based on archetype builds that will be selectable for you. And then when you gain runes, you select it. But like, to me, what's just most bizarre is that when I think of Elden Ring, when I think of FromSoft games, I think of like the boss fights that you need to spend half an hour figuring out their move sets, trying different things against them, different tactics, and figuring out how to beat them. With this, each round is 15 minutes. That includes exploring the levels, that includes leveling up, that includes secret, like, or not so secret, but like boss invasions and stuff. And then there's the end stage boss, and then you go to the next day. You do that 3 times, and then there's the final end cap boss for that run that is after all of that 45 minutes of the rest of the session. And there's 8 of those. So I'm like, and a lot of them, the ones that we've seen, are like copy and pasted from Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2. Like they're not brand new bosses. Like these are very much copy and pasted for quicker development. And it's just weird to me. Like, it really is hard to look at it and feel like it's anything other than a quick cash grab. That's what it feels like. It could still be fun, but I understand why some people are looking at it and are like, it looks like a cash grab. Might still be good. I'm guessing it's one of those like 80, 81 Metacritic games. You know, it's good. But I think a lot of people are going to be like, it's just not what I was hoping for. I kind of like the idea of boss invasions, but I don't know about the rest. Yeah, I think that's cool. I think that's a cool idea. But like, again, to me, it's a turnoff to hear that they're recycling stuff from Dark Souls 3. I know some people think that's really cool, that like, oh, we're going to get that, but in Elden Ring. To me, again, it just screams like, what is the easiest way that we can do this? Like, what is the easiest, most low effort way we can pump this thing out? And that doesn't get me excited. That like annoys me. But maybe that's just me. If Sony buys Katakawa, Elden Ring, Night Rain will be live service. Oh, they wish. What's interesting though is that like From Software reacquired the rights to Elden Ring as a franchise, but they're still doing this game with Bandai Namco. So I half suspect that this is like a deal that was made where they signed on early that like, hey, this popped off, so we're going to do a live service version, not live service, a spin-off version of the game, and we're going to do it that way to make some extra cash. But to me, it's just really bizarre. It's really weird. So we'll see. I think the fact they're doing a demo / beta network test, whatever, that's a great idea, because that's going to give people the chance to just try it. I think it also depends on what it's priced at. If it's like $40 or $30, then okay, I think we're talking. But if they try to do that for 70 and they're just straight up recycling stuff from what, 8 years ago, Dark Souls 3, 7 years ago, maybe, that's a little silly to me. Saw Ben Studios working on a military game. Yeah, they're doing some live service thing. I don't know what it's going to be like. Yeah, I don't know. Adding Nameless King to Elden Ring is just a little cringe. I mean, to me, it's not even like fan service. It's just, how can we add more bosses to this with the lowest amount of effort? And it's just literally copying and pasting a boss from another game. And to me, that's not like super exciting. Now, again, it could be that this is just the boss rush mode that people have wanted in FromSoft games for a long time, and it's just in this like roguelike wrapper. And that's not a bad idea. That could be really, really cool. But again, the price has to reflect it, because you are recycling a lot of stuff. Why does the AI in recent games just keep getting worse, especially Ubi? I think it's just a lower priority. I think that's a big thing. Part of it is that they're using engines that were not designed for these types of games, and then they choose to go with stealth, even though like the engine is not built for stealth, and so it becomes really noticeable. But will Snoop Dogg become an Elden Ring character? Dude, he could be a really cool boss. Like, imagine he takes a hit of a joint or something, and then he blows the smoke that poisons you on the ground, and you have to like jump over the smoke rings. And you know, maybe it's like the fight is tied to a song, and there's things you could do. I would play that. It's $40. They confirmed it's $40. Really? Okay. Well, if it's there, then I think that we're actually talking. You know, I think that could actually work. But again, the play test is where it's really going to be made or broken. God damn it, Luke, you should be in the writer's room. Yeah, dude, for real. Snoop as a boss sounds cool as hell. That's what I'm saying, dude. It could work. Then he has a whole thing where like the whole mechanic is that he does like a massive hit, and then the smoke goes up in a mushroom cloud and comes back down around you. And the only way that you can survive the mushroom cloud of smoke is if you wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And then you have to like wiggle the character back and forth by like whacking the left stick back and forth really quickly. There are ways to do this, is what I'm saying. From Hire Me. We can do this. We can make the world a better place. Man. Luke, it's 2024. They'd hit a vape. Come on now. I mean, I don't think, I think, I've never heard Snoop talk about vapes, but I'm sure for him that's like sacrilegious to suggest that he would hit a vape. He seems like a purist. He's only going to do the actual joints. Crispy92, thank you for the Prime, by the way. Doc Holidays, thank you for the sub with Prime also. Thank you, my friend. That's tremendous. Thank you. Samaya, a roguelike from software connected universe game would go hard. Just remove the Elden Ring name. Yeah, that's the thing, is that it feels like it's just using the name. But the reason they're using the name, fun fact, the entire Dark Souls series had sold 27 million units combined prior to Elden Ring's release. So Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, all combined, 27 million units. Elden Ring single-handedly is now at over 28.6 million copies. In June of 2024, they reported 25 million units sold. So this is a 3.6 million unit increase over 3 months. Like Elden Ring is on that level of like Hogwarts Legacy, and it is an original IP. It's not a Harry Potter thing. Like they have sold a ridiculous number of copies. And that's the thing they're hoping for, is that just Elden Ring, anything is going to sell really well, and it probably will. So they're going to pump out this, by most accounts, it seems like it's been pretty cheap to throw together, spin-off game. And hopefully they're hoping they make a ton of money, which they probably will. Chase, thank you for the 5, by the way. Hi, Luke. Enjoy your videos and content. I wish Naughty Dog made a new Jak and Daxter game, but I'm still excited for a new space game from them. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they ever go back to Jak and Daxter, frankly. I think that they just like doing this new stuff, but yeah. Speaking of, let's touch on it. Let's do it. Okay. New segment. The Armored Core 6 sold 3 million. Yeah, which is still a tremendous number. It's very, very good, but I would love to know the percentage of people that actually finished it. Because I think a lot of people bought it in the wake of Elden Ring and were like, okay, yeah, let's see what they got. And they're like, oh, this isn't the same thing. I think that's a lot of it. Okay, let's do this. So, oh, now it's playing. New sub. Thank you, LFBG. Thank you for the sub with Prime over there. Okay, new segment. I talked a lot about Intergalactic in the wake of the Game Awards announcement. And I felt like I was pretty clear. Basically, for me, just the vibe of the game so far, I'm like, it could be amazing. It probably is going to be amazing coming from Naughty Dog and be very impressive and all that. But just the like retro futurism vibe is one that just doesn't do anything for me. Like if this were this game but set in ancient Egypt or on a pirate ship, I'm there for it. If this was like Treasure Planet and they're flying through space on space pirate ships, booyah! I mean, I'm there for it. But this particular vibe just doesn't do much for me. Game could still be great, but it's just there. I think a lot of people got triggered that I made a joke that it looked like Concord 2, and I can understand why people were upset by that comparison. I get it. I thought it was funny, but anyway. But some people said that there's been deep dives into the trailer, Luke. You should check that out. Give it a fair shot. Don't just dismiss the game wholly. I want to be clear, I'm not dismissing the game. We're going to find out a lot more about it over the next 2 years, probably before it comes out. So I'm not dismissing it, far from it. I'm just saying, for me, it doesn't excite me in the same way that some other games that the show did, like The Witcher 4. But I am always down to look at more, and there have been deep dives into the game and more information that's come out about it. So we're going to look at that real quick in case there's some info that totally blows our minds and changes everything, okay? We're going to give it a fair shot. A fair shot. First of all, Neil Druckmann, in response to an interview from the New York Times, said, quote, "The story is quite ambitious as it centers on a fictitious religion and what happens when you put your faith in different institutions." Okay. Fictitious religion, what happens when you put your faith in different institutions. This mostly would have been written in the wake of COVID. So I wonder if they're going to do stuff like discussing, government messaging in times of crisis. There's probably stuff like that they're going to do. A lot of similes, as it were, but he seems excited by it. And then Naughty Dog Central did a breakdown. Things you missed, a full thread. For one, Intergalactic takes place in an alternative universe where space travel has significantly advanced in 1986. True. That's why it's got that retro futurism vibe. It also has this product placement stuff. Now, people were bashing it for this, but I want to be clear. Some people said, "Oh, are they just is the budget that tight that they need to do this to make ends meet?" No. There was a tendency back in the 80s with movies where they needed product placement to not just make the budgets make sense, but also because it was just free money. Like, you get a can of Tab, the soda in the new Rocky movie, and a weird robot you can buy for Christmas this year and stuff like that. You just put that in the movie, you get some extra money, everybody's happy, everybody wins. Audiences don't really care. It's whatever. It was part of the vibe of those 1980s movies. It was just a thing that happened all the time. And so this to me is just an homage to that era of film. I don't think it's that they need the money because they pretty clearly don't. Naughty Dog got a blank check for all of this. If anything, they probably paid Porsche to put this stuff in their game. They of course also have the Sony, I forget what this is called, but holodeck or whatever, music deck. I don't remember what it's called, but they've got that. And it does strike that 80s futurism vibe when all these companies were trying to guess what the future would look like back in 1980. And it doesn't look anything like the future nowadays, but it still looks kind of like the 80s. And I understand why some people eat this up, especially some people that lived in the 80s. I did not exist in the 80s, but I understand why some people would absolutely eat this up. And maybe it reminds them of their childhood or teens or mid 40s. I don't know how old you are, but that's fine. All I'm saying is, for me personally, it doesn't do much for me. I'm like, okay, yep, well, cool. Moving on from there, though. The main protagonist, Jordan Amon, seems to be looking for her ex-crew members, a group named the Five Aces, of which one is confirmed to be named Colin Graves. This is the crew, as you can see. Little pictures, all sorts of little bitty things. Five Aces mastermind dead or hiding. Presumably this is you, I would guess. What happened to the Five Aces? For years, these notorious intergalactic criminals were unstoppable. Then suddenly the crime spree ended. Oh, uh-oh. So they were working together. They were robbing places. They were thieves and criminals. But I'm guessing, again, in the Star-Lord vibe, yeah, they're criminals, but they do it to survive. And they actually have a soft, gooey center, like a nice truffle. Hard on the outside, but ooh, oh so soft on the inside. And they're just fundamentally misunderstood. But really, at the end of the day, they're good people. They just need to be given a chance by society. That's what I'm guessing this is. The mind map features a QR code, which when scanned reads 662607000410. It is speculated that these numbers are either an indication for a June 6th, 2026 release date or are related to Planck's constant. I mean, June 26th or June 6th, 2026, so 6/6/26 for a release date. You know what? Maybe Maybe. What would this... Can somebody in chat smarter than me explain what this would have to do with Planck's constant? I can ask Grok. Maybe Grok knows. What does this number have to do with Planck's constant? Explain it to me like I'm 5. It's directly related to Planck's constant. It's symbolized as H is a fundamental physical constant in quantum mechanics that defines the relationship between energy and the photon and its frequency. The accepted value of Planck's constant is approximately 6.6. Okay, so this makes way more sense. What are you talking about? 6, because it's 6626070. The only difference is 1.5, but it could also just be rounded because it goes to 0. Oh, there's an extra 0 though. But this, I mean, this makes way more sense to me that it's a Planck's constant reference. But I mean, maybe it doubles up. Maybe they're like, oh yeah, let's just shoot for that as the release date. That could be cool, but I'm not sure. That could be any number of things. But that's at least a cool reference. I mean, it could be June 6, 2026. But even that, like, what day of the week is that? 2026. That's a Friday. That could work. Last of Us Part 2 launched in June as well, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it launched in June. So that could work. I don't know. Interesting. But moving on. Jordan accepts a bounty on Colin Graves, portrayed by Kumail. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the name. Nanjiani, previously affiliated with Five Aces, for 1.6 million credits, presumably driving her to seek on the planet Semperia. They've also already said the game is about getting stuck on Semperia, and you have to try to get off, even though nobody's gotten off the planet in centuries. So this cutscene that we're seeing is presumably like the opening cutscene, if it ends up being in the game. Like, this is where the game starts. You go down to the planet surface, you get stuck there. That's what we're looking at. Point 6, Intergalactic seems to borrow enemy designs from the canceled Jak and Daxter 4. I saw people tweet this out. I don't know. It doesn't look that similar to me. It just looks like a big robot. This one has 2 arms on one side, 1 arm on the other. This one just has a regular humanoid shape. I don't buy this one. I saw this going around. To me, it just looks like 2 big robots, but they look like substantially different. So I don't buy it. I don't see it. But number 7, the suffering of generations must be endured to achieve our divine end. The text dates from 1986 and seems to have religious implications. The trailer features various 1980s references, seeking us to believe something happened which caused pop culture to stagnate. Interesting. Intergalactic is inspired by various animes such as Cowboy Bebop and Akira and Interstella. Checks out. I saw the Cowboy Bebop references all over the place. People kept saying that. In the final seconds of the trailer, it features Pet Shop Boys' song, It's a Sin, possibly reflecting Jordan's struggle to stay out of the moral gray area. Although this is just speculation. It's a sin. I mean, I will say that they are very, very specific with the songs that they choose. So that would check out. It's a Sin, Pet Shop Boys. I want to see the lyrics. What are the lyrics there? Full lyrics. 1987. This is interesting. So pop culture stagnated in 1986, and that's when the game is inspired by. Why is the song from 1987 though? I'm sure there's a reason. When I look back upon my life, it's always with a sense of shame. I've always been the one to blame for everything I long to do. No matter when or where or who has one thing in common too. It's a sin. It's a sin. Everything I've ever done, everything I ever do, every place I've ever been, everywhere I'm going to, it's a sin. At school, they taught me how to be so pure in thought and word and deed. They didn't quite succeed. For everything I long to do, no matter when or where or who, has one thing in common too. It's a sin. It's a sin. Everything I've ever done, blah, 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 blah. So, okay. I'm guessing there is a lot of guilt. Maybe the protagonist is feeling guilty over something. She was betrayed, mayhaps, by her former crew. Maybe that's what it is, and that's why she's hunting them down. I don't know why else she would need to hunt them down, but she's chasing them down. Seems to be a wee bit of an obsession. Maybe she needs to get them together for one last job. I don't know. Something like that's going on though. Again, like, I'm sure when we get the game, it'll be solid and there will be a lot of amazing voice acting, and I'm sure the story will be interesting and compelling and all that. All I'm saying is the vibes, it's again the Guardians of the Galaxy, like misunderstood bounty hunter wearing the leather jacket while listening to pop culture songs from the 1980s. I just, for me, it's very 2018, 2016. Like, I'm just, but I hope they can win me over. Because again, it's still probably 2 years out. So, there you go. I'm most intrigued by the one combat shot. Yeah. I mean, I do think, hold on, let me find the, let me pull it up. The view counts have gotten better. Oh God. The view counts have gotten better. They still have comments disabled, which is whatever. But the last little bit here, I think, does look more intriguing. This right here. Of course, we have a gun. We have our little blade. We're going to be running around hitting people with it. I saw some people speculating that maybe in the game there's like the Star-Lord thing where you can select the song that's playing during combat, and that is reflected in the waveform on the blade, which could be cool. Does that mean the game is great? Probably not necessarily. It's a good indication of attention to detail, but I just don't know. I do think that would make it a nightmare to make videos for, because if it's just filled with copyright music that plays anytime there's combat, it's going to be rough to stream or play. But, you know, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. They do have original music being produced, so I don't think that it will be just like the full Guardians of the Galaxy, just nonstop 80s hits. I don't think that's what they're doing, but it's still a cool idea nonetheless. It's a cool idea, but I don't think they probably do that. I don't think you're going to be fighting robots while Billie Jean plays. As cool as that would be, you know. Streamer mode, yeah, you need something like that for sure. Let's see, Joe Miller. Oh, are you related to Joel Miller? Oh, it's him. He's here, guys. I don't know why people are so upset about Naughty Dog's new game. It looks incredible and can't wait to play it. I mean, I think some people are upset just because it's, you know, no matter what they show, they were going to be upset. So there's some people like that, in which case just like kind of, you know, chuckle about it, move on. But for me, like, I'm a Naughty Dog fan. I've made plenty of videos defending The Last of Us Part 2. I think it has problems for sure, but I think that it's a very impressive game in many, many, many ways. But I'm looking at this and I just, it doesn't really excite me. I understand for some people it excites them, and that's great. And I'm happy. I hope to get there myself, but based on the footage I've seen so far, it's just, if it came from any other studio, I'd be like, okay. I would not be adding this to a Steam wish list if it was coming from a brand new studio, for example. I think that the Naughty Dog name certainly carries a lot of weight, and that's why we're paying attention to it and looking at it. But based on this one trailer, I Yeah. But I hope that people, you know, they continue to impress us and wow us, and that it keeps getting better and better. And the trailers keep coming, which I'm sure they will. But as of right now, from what I've seen, I'm like, Let's see. Cody, thing for the 5, is Star Wars Outlaws worth it for $45? I think you can get $45 of enjoyment out of it, so long as you're not somebody who's looking for like the most intense stealth experience. They still have a little bit of work to do on it, but like I said in my review, I had fun with it. It's just the stealth is but that's the other piece. They took out the mandatory stealth requirement from like the entire game. They patched it out basically. So it's a different game now than when I played it. Because when I played it, in a lot of those main story sequences, if you got discovered in stealth, it was a hard fail. You reload, you have to keep going through it. So it forced you to use the stealth that wasn't very good. They've changed that now. So if you get caught, you can just fight your way out of it blasting. So it is fundamentally a different game now than when I played it. So I can't speak too clearly to that, but I do think that's a good change because the stealth isn't great. But I think for $45, you can probably get some good fun out of it. Especially if you don't have anything else to play right now. I think that's a solid bet. Sumaya, I think for that one. Luke, you are analyzing Intergalactic like Young Yet analyzes anything Kojima. You have something to say for yourself? I mean, my pants are still on, so I don't think it's quite the same. I'm kidding. Young, don't get too upset. We just all know you love yourself some Kojima. It's okay. It's okay. I just call it like I see it. Just saying. Michael, thank you for the 5. I think the hate about Night Rain is crazy since it's something new that looks like more casuals can get into it, and it's a test for full co-op in future games. Yeah, I mean, I frankly, I think it'll be fine. I just don't think it'll feel like Elden Ring. That's the biggest thing. That doesn't mean it's bad. I just don't think it'll feel like Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring has this much slower pace. I think it's standard From Software boss fights that are much more difficult, but the tighter pace, the quicker turnaround times, the fact they want you to explore levels, level up, fight invading bosses, and fight the end boss for each day cycle, all within 15 minutes. That tells me that the boss fights are going to be really short. That tells me that everything has been condensed down a lot. And I do think that appeals to casual players much, much more. I totally agree with you, but I don't think it'll feel like Elden Ring. I think it'll feel like streamlined From Software combat with Dark Souls bosses, and maybe that still is great, but I don't think it'll feel like Elden Ring. And that's why I'm more like questioning it, because to me it just sounds really bizarre. Lies of P versus Black Myth, which one is better and why? Lies of P, I think, has a better overall game. Black Myth has really good spectacle, really amazing spectacle with the boss fights, but I think the connective tissue from level to level isn't that great and kind of grows dry over time. Boss fights are great. Everything else is kind of whereas Lies of P is just great throughout, in my opinion. I love me some Lies of P. Grandpa Eyebrows, thank you for the 2. 2025, the era for girl main characters in gaming. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot. But part of it also, and the tricky thing is, I'm gonna put my socks on because my toes are cold. Part of it is we tend to notice female protagonists actively in our mind, like, oh, female protagonist. But when there's a male protagonist, we don't tend to think much about it. Like, oh, they're making an active choice to do that. Whereas for female protagonists, people tend to assume it was like a very active, proactive choice to do that over a male. When sometimes it's just like for Ciri in The Witcher 4, if you played The Witcher 3, like that is no surprise. Pretty much the only possibilities for playable characters for The Witcher 4 was Ciri or a make your own Witcher character. Like there was no question. Some people were like, oh, maybe they go Vesemir. Like there was never a chance of that. Like it just wasn't there. But The hate for Black Myth Wukong is crazy. Luke only plays 2 hours. Black Myth have 90 bosses and Lies of P 27. I mean, I didn't just play 2 hours. Maybe like the video that we played. I think, did we play that one on stream or was it just in the I Tried video? Like, I didn't post a full playthrough, sure, but I did not just play 2 hours of the game. And it's also not about quantity. It's about quality, the connective tissue. Like, a game is not just the boss fights. It's about everything else you do between the boss fights. It's about everything else you're doing in the game. Even a game like Elden Ring is mostly, if you go by gameplay time, it's mostly exploration. It's not mostly boss fights. Like, most of what you do in Elden Ring is explore caverns and the map and look for secrets and loot and stuff, and that's most of what you're doing. The boss fights are great, but the rest of the game is also great, which is why the whole package is fantastic. For Black Myth, I think like they got the boss fights down, but the rest of the game was more lacking, which is why it sits at like a B to B minus score, which I think is a fair point for it to be at. It's not a bad game, but it's not a masterpiece. Whoops, I pressed a button. There we go. Okay. Where was I? Blake, thank you for that one. Isn't Santa Monica's new IP sci-fi? I don't think it's been confirmed, but that's what's been rumored, because they were working on a sci-fi game before God of War 2018, and that got canceled and shut down. And the theory is that they are going back and trying to like revitalize it after the success of God of War, now that they kind of know what they're doing and they have some fresh ideas. So that's the theory, but I don't think it's been confirmed. That's just what the rumors have said and what people have theorized. But I wouldn't be surprised if Santa Monica's new thing is sci-fi. Yeah, I think a lot of these companies are going to go sci-fi with some new IP, and we'll just hit the wave of sci-fi games, and then it'll calm down, and in 5-6 years we'll get a bunch of fantasy games again, and it's just the pendulum always swings that way. Just how it goes. It's funny that so much of it happens at around the same time, where a lot of companies are doing the same kind of thing all at the same time. But a lot of it is just that, you know, culturally, if sci-fi seems to be the place to go in 2020 and everybody goes that direction, those games take 4 or 5 years to make. We all get them at the same time period. So it's just how it works. Yeah. WTF is even going on with Beyond Good and Evil 2 now. Tom Henderson says that it's still moving. Like, there's still news about it. Because in that tweet he just put out, what shall I cover tomorrow? Beyond Good and Evil 2 update or Far Cry 7 update? So apparently there are Beyond Good and Evil 2 updates. Like, he had another one where he suggested that there was more to it. No, I don't see it. But basically, I mean, he said that there was more to it. It's not just disappeared. I'm excited to hear what's going on, but I mean, what are the odds that that game ends up being decent? Like, I cannot think of another game that's in development for like 20 years and ends up being really good. Like, I just don't know what that would even be like. But anyway. Joel, thank you for that one. Do you have any ideas on how The Last of Us Part 3 might end? A lot of people think Ellie will somehow sacrifice herself. I would not be surprised if for The Last of Us Part 3, if they do something with a prequel between Joel and Tommy where you meet Ellie's mom without realizing it. Because they've already written stuff about her mom. It's in the lore, it's in little tidbits and notes, and of course the show alluded to it as well. And we know right around the time of the outbreak, shortly after that, Ellie's mom would have been around. So I would not be surprised at all, because the thing is, Neil Druckmann has said that I don't think that there is a way to do The Last of Us without Joel and Ellie. And so I think the way that they get around that, because their story has pretty much been told from the beginning to the end, I think they do a prequel where it's Joel and Tommy during the 20-year period when Sarah dies and when he meets Ellie. I think they do a prequel game in that period with Joel and Tommy trying to make it to wherever they're going, from Texas to Boston or whatever. And in the course of that time, they run into Ellie's mom, and that's like the big reveal towards the end, is that this girl you've been traveling with is actually Ellie's mom and is pregnant and all that. I think that's how they're going to do it. And maybe they retcon it so like Joel is the one that helps get the baby away from Ellie's mom after she's been bit, and then gets the baby to safety and then forgets about it for years and years. I think they do something like that. Will it be good? I don't know, but I think that they're going to do something like that. Joel is the daddy-o. I don't think they'd go that far. I don't think they go that far. But I think they would try to do something where it's like all of these stories are more intertwined than you could have imagined. And they'll do something like that, if we ever see it. I think they're hoping that this new franchise pops off and that they can focus on it for a little while. Let's see. Joel, thank you for that one. Very generous super chat. I was really hoping they wouldn't go back to Elden Ring. It seems like I'm the only one who thinks an open world doesn't work with those kinds of games. Yeah, I mean, it didn't connect with some people. I am one who actually was really shocked at how well I thought it worked. But yeah, I mean, I think it's fine if it didn't click with you. But they're not going back just to Elden Ring. It's a separate team. So Hidetaka Miyazaki is doing something else. He and his team are working on something. This Nightfall, whatever it's called, is on like with a separate team. Kind of like what they did with Armored Core. It's like a smaller team that's been kind of spun off. It's going to be something like that. Blake, thank you for the 5. Also, Beyond Good and Evil 2 seems like a money laundering scheme. It's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, I really don't know what the hell is going on. It seems like, again, if you were at any other company and you spend, at this point, 16 years, I think 2008 was the announcement. So it probably was in the works in 2007. So 17 years. If you spend 17 years working on something at any company and you have basically nothing to show after all that, how do you still have a job? Like, how does that happen? It boggles my mind. Like, it's wild. There's been suggestions that, oh, well, maybe it's just that they needed the technology to evolve before they could finish the game. I'm like, okay, cool. But still, like, you would think that they'd be making the game for the technology they have. But it's like this. Tom Anderson tweeted, Michael Ansel says Beyond Good and Evil 2 issues were caused by problems between managers. Color me shocked. Like, wow. On BGE2, for example, there are too many problems between managers. The artistic director wanted to redo everything constantly. The game director wanted to make a game of generated dungeons. I dreamed of a space adventure. We could not agree, and the game director took the project in other directions. In this type of situation, teams find themselves tossed around and don't even know who's in charge and making decisions. The producer is supposed to sort things out, but that didn't happen. Yves Guillemot even had to go down to Montpellier to get things back on track, but that wasn't enough, and the game director continued his stubbornness. When I read in Liber that I was the one directing the game and asking for changes, I thought I was going to choke. BGE 2 is the game on which I don't think I've ever questioned a decision. He left Ubisoft in 2020 to spend time in a wildlife sanctuary following burnout while working on games. Hearing all this, I understand how he burned out. 1 week later, though, accusations of toxic leadership by Ansel began to circulate, which Ansel firmly denied and continues to do so. As of the time of writing, Ubisoft Beyond Good and Evil 2 is still in development after nearly 2 years of development. it found its footing in early 2017. Speaking with sources, the game is still a couple years out, though. We'll share some exclusive details on the game later next week or later this week. So we'll probably hear something about it in the next few days because I don't think they posted it yet. But it just sounds like, again, there's Ubisoft struggles with very clear directors and like having a visionary that can carry things forward. They have too many cooks in the kitchen, I think, a lot of the time. And that keeps things from clearly getting to an end point. And that was the thing with X Defiant, where there were stories of them trying really hard to make the game like a Call of Duty killer, but also its own thing, but also take nods from Rainbow Six and also take nods from these other games. And so it just spun and spun and spun and spun. It just didn't go anywhere. Yeah. But we'll probably find out more about it later. I mean, maybe this summer we find out about it because they'll have AC Shadows out. I think they're going to be announcing probably something, maybe Black Flag remake or something. They'll do a big reveal of that for Assassin's Creed. Maybe the multiplayer game gets revealed. But I think they maybe also show something with this, but they got to show something soon. Thank you for that one. Let's be honest, if Naughty Dog wasn't attached to Intergalactic, people would have already forgotten it by now. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I hate to be that guy, but to me, it's just, if it weren't Naughty Dog, we would not be talking about it right now. And that's not really what you want. Like, you would hope that the game looks amazing enough that, like, it's all anybody can talk about, and even, you know, separate from the studio, it would speak for itself. That's kind of the cool thing that Hideo Kojima did back in the day with PT. With PT, like, what was amazing enough about that is that he wanted to demonstrate to people that he was not, like, his games were not successful just based on his name. So he was like, we're going to make it and we're going to put it out on the PlayStation Store under an, like, under an anonymous studio name that nobody knows. And we're going to see if it pops off, if it's successful. And it blew up. It was huge because the game itself back in 2014, even though it's just a teaser for a game, it was significant enough that even now, a decade later, a chump like me is still bringing it up and talking about it in videos. And this was released anonymously. Like, that's amazing. That's crazy. And I think, you know, if Kojima were to do this again, we'd probably experience a similar level of interest. But I just think, yeah, I think it's just, with Naughty Dog's game right now, I don't think it would be received the same way if it were coming from anybody else. Yeah. I wonder if I still have the fan remake of this. A fan remade this in Unreal Engine because it was taken off the store. You can't get it anymore. But a fan remade it in Unreal Engine, like 1-to-1 exactly. Phenomenal remake. And he put it up there and it was really successful. Everybody was playing it. Everybody loved it. And then he got like a cease and desist from Konami. So he took it all down. But those of us who got it kept it under lock and key. I think I still have it somewhere. Somewhere on my computer. Somewhere. What happened with PT again? It was a playable teaser for a Silent Hill game that Kojima was working on. And it was going to be like the big horror, not even comeback, but the big new horror thing from Kojima. And PT was just supposed to give you a little taste of it. But I mean, one thing led to another. He left Konami. There was a whole scandal there. And now we just have PT to remember it by. That's it. Yeah, they canceled the project after they had a falling out with Kojima, and yeah. Okay. Let's talk about this real quick. Let's talk about this. Have you seen the trailer for the game Covenant? I don't think so. I'm not sure. Insane thing with that one. My theory for years is that part 3 is that, or for part 3 is that it'll be 50% prequel as Joel and 50% sequel as Ellie. Box art will literally be split in 2 halves. Would be cool, IMO. I mean, that could work. It could work. But I'm not too confident they'd be able to pull it off, because part of the problem with The Last of Us Part 2 is that it had really rough pacing. Like the constant switchbacks, the flip halfway through from Ellie to Abby, it just dragged on and it just didn't flow very well. And that was after they cut a lot of stuff. I mean, they cut a lot from The Last of Us Part 2. So maybe they learned from that. They could pull it off, but that would be really tough to balance. Anyone disappointed that the GTA 6 trailer didn't happen at the Game Awards? I mean, at this point, I know some people are like waiting for it like a fish needs water. Like they just are desperate for it. But frankly, for me, I'm like, I'm going to play GTA 6. I'm sure it's going to be really good. Like, if they don't release another trailer between now and release, I don't think that changes. So for me, I'm like, well, I mean, a new trailer would be cool, but I don't really need it. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, any trailer we get is just going to spoil more stuff. So I don't really care that much, you know, but I know some people are waiting for it with bated breath. But for me, I'm like, it's whatever. If they don't release anything else between now and release, that's fine. If they announce that it's releasing tomorrow and it's just with a little, you know, white text on a black background, if that's all they give us, okay, cool. I predict this GTA will be very disappointing. I mean, anything is possible, but the one company that somehow is always able to meet expectations and exceed them is Rockstar. People were swearing up and down that Red Dead Redemption 2 was going to flop and it wasn't going to live up to the standard of the original. And Rockstar had lost their way because there had been some people who left and went to other companies and ended up being phenomenal. So I think a lot of people have been burned by other companies, and so they're expecting to be burned this time around. But if it's bad, it'll be a story for the centuries. But Rockstar, so far, they don't miss. So maybe this will be the first time, but so far they haven't. Same with, like, you know, From Software, Hidetaka Miyazaki projects specifically are always fantastic. When his other producers and stuff direct projects, usually it's because Hidetaka doesn't want to, like, he doesn't think that's good enough of an idea for him to put his full effort behind it, so he gives it to somebody else. Which is, you know, where it could end up being like a B. But yeah, I just think as of right now, their past performance has been pretty indicative of their future performance, and they don't miss. They don't miss. The only thing that bothers me about all this discourse is the fact that when you recognize patterns coming from the industry, you get attacked for it. What do you mean? Like, what are you specifically referencing, Take? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, what pattern are you referencing? Luke, Jason Schreier just sent out the Bloomberg newsletter on Inside the new Witcher game. Maybe some new info. Oh, that's good. Yeah, we could pull that up. Jason Schreier. Oh, he hasn't tweeted about it. Bloomberg Witcher? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, here it is. Hold on, I'm gonna show you guys a little trick. You see this? See this? Oh no, it's locked behind a paywall. Watch this. You take this. I don't know why I'm whispering. You go to archive.is. For one, if somebody's already saved a snapshot, you can just search for it. Looks like nobody has yet. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to post the link and save it. And basically what it does is it's going to archive it, but it also gets around all like paywalls and stuff. So you can just read articles behind paywalls and back it up for other people to see, and it's like fantastic. So a little cheat for you if you were ever wondering. One downside is it takes a little while. It puts you in a queue and then it works for it, but archive, I use archive.ph. They have a bunch of different attachments, but archive.ph is the go-to. Let's see, loading. Work in progress. It's working on it, but it's really good. The other reason to use it is if there's a, like, for example, Kotaku. I don't like giving Kotaku money. So if Kotaku has an article I want to reference, I will archive it and then look at it through the archive link, because then they don't get ad revenue for that. Same thing with like the IGN hit piece article on Black Myth Wukong. You put that in here, they don't get ad revenue when you reference it. So like if I need to bring it up in a video to look at it, it's kind of cool. But anyway, so this is what it does. It pulls all the information, it pulls all the assets from the website, and then it's going to combine them and save them on the server so that you can reference it in the future. The other benefit too is that then if they ever delete the article or edit it, the original version is backed up and saved there. But with that having been said, I will let this do its thing while we talk about the next little tidbit, and then we'll come back to the Witcher article after it finishes archiving it. Okay. Yeah, it's chugging along. So, news segment. Real quick. Here we are. Ooh, that was so right as I put my fingers together. That was like cinematic as hell. That was crazy. Crusader Nella, thank you for that one. Hey Luke, it's that time of the year where you just want to join in family activities, but they won't stop screaming when they find you climbing into their house in the middle of the night. Oh. I was trying to think of something clever or witty to say. I've got nothing. Good luck with that, my friend. Okay. What I was gonna say is lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. So Ubisoft notably delayed AC Shadows. They delayed it in part because I think the marketing was not going the way they thought it would, and because devs were screaming at executives that they needed more time. And here's the deal. The people that will know best if they need more time are the developers. Shocker, right? And if you have a $400 or $500 million game that you really need to be successful, and it's not looking great, if your devs are saying, just give us more time, maybe listen to them. And to Ubisoft's credit, they did, even though this represents a like 10 to, or I think it was technically 20 to $35 million increase in cost of the game just to delay it 3 months. That I think is going to do a lot more good for the game, because look at this. This is the side-by-side of what they showed off in the summer. Okay, this was collected by Hidden One over on X. And this footage you're seeing here is the original footage from the summer, okay? So the combat, especially from Yasuke, looks really clunky. The parries aren't working right. It just doesn't look particularly smooth. It looks really janky. Like, you can see he tries to parry off to the side and he gets hit anyways. And then he parries off to this side as if there's an enemy over there, but there isn't. So it's really clunky. It's not looking good. It's just not smooth. It's not smooth. This is the footage they dropped the other day, with totally reworked parry animations, both from enemies and from Yasuke. Not only graphically is this way better for whatever reason, but it also just looks way smoother, way cleaner. And I've been impressed by a lot of people who have been very ardently opposed to AC Shadows, who even after this gameplay footage came out were like, actually, this looks kind of like buttery smooth. Joe Raptor collected all these little clips. Forgive the low fidelity. Ubisoft did not release it in full 4K or anything. But even at 1080p compressed like X clips, it still does look quite smooth. And it's not just Yasuke footage. There is also footage of different fights in different environments, but also of Nawe fighting as well. If we skip for it, well, we'll get there in just a second. So across the board, major improvements seem to have been made. Now, were these improvements made in the regular development cycle? Would this have happened regardless? Probably would have gotten better compared to the summer. But it's what I said back when they initially revealed it back in June. I was like, just wait. Ubisoft Montreal, like, for these big AC games, they enhance themselves a lot in the last 6 months. They get way better really quickly. It's kind of crazy, frankly, but this is another example of that, where it has really been overhauled and it looks significantly better. And the little bitty attention to detail, if you're looking for it, you'll see some ridiculous stuff. For one, right here, you'll see when Nawe runs out onto the ice, they actually have a dedicated animation for her slipping on the ice when she first steps out and then regaining her footing. Like it actually changes based on the train you're at. Like that was a freaking smooth ass finisher. With this, I want you to watch what items get destroyed as this swings around. So it cuts these baskets, it breaks this one over here, and I want you to watch this flag that just fell on the ground, okay? Something insane is going to happen here in just a second, okay? Wait for it. As she flips around, I forget the name of the weapon, but the weapon is swinging around. You gotta love that X compression from videos. But this is gonna swing around and it's gonna flip up and around and it's gonna slash the little flag, and it actually cuts it in two as it lays on the ground. It doesn't despawn like a lot of these open world games when objects break. It just despawns, or it stays there, and actually also has physics attached to it to break apart. Like, look at the number of leaves. They've talked about this. I think they said they can simulate well over 100,000 particles on screen. So they can have hundreds of thousands of leaves blowing around you as you're fighting, with things breaking and collapsing and getting shredded. You can also see here, look at this. Not to be morbid, but the blood pool is spilling after he falls on the ground. It's not just a splat of blood on the ground and the texture stays. As he lays there longer, the blood from the cut to his throat actually spreads onto the ground. Like, there is actually a lot of attention to detail that was not in the game back in the summer when they showed it. Like, not even close. They've actually added a lot. You can see dedicated parries and weak points, things like that have been added. So I think with all this, the key is that time makes a difference in game development. For one, listen to your devs when they say they need more time. They can get the game looking way better. And frankly, if the game looked like this when they revealed it, I think the reaction would have been... there still would have been toxic reactions related to Yasuke for sure, but I think the fans who thought that it didn't look ready for prime time would not have reacted that way. Because even I was like, yeah, I think it needs a little bit of time. I think it's got to polish up. There's still some clunk there, but this is already looking way better, and they still have a good amount of time. I mean, they still have like 2 months to continue polishing and refining. So I think that the delay was absolutely a good choice. And again, to their credit, a lot of the people who have been the most hardcore bashers of AC Shadows, I've been thoroughly amazed to see that even they are coming out and being like, honestly, this looks pretty smooth. This looks like way better. And props to them for saying that. One of the critiques, funnily enough, that people have brought up, I saw on X, people like, it looks too good. I think this is all pre-baked, which, to be clear, that is a good problem to have if people think your game looks too smooth, that they think it's like pre-rendered. Because if it looks like this when it launches, awesome. If it is fake, of course you're in trouble, but being accused of it looking too good is funny. On the flip side, people have said that it looks like Ghost of Tsushima, but with a Ubisoft coat of paint. And people are like, yeah, I mean, Ghost of Tsushima looked amazing, and like this also looks like they're just trying to do that, and like, yeah, it looks good, but it's just Ghost of Tsushima. Like, okay, but does it look good or does it not? Like, I think if we're trying to really find things to be upset about, and your biggest problem is that it looks like the game you really like visually, you know, that's a little silly. I wish they would release the full 4K version of this footage, because one of the things they've stressed is this weather system, and with that, the particle sim of all of the grass blowing in the distance, all the trees. The idea is that the wind blows like not intelligently, but like consistently. So as the wind blows across the grass, it blows through the trees in the same direction. All of that carries forward and behaves realistically like that. I mean, I do think as they continue polishing it up, this is going to be one of those games that's a real looker. And I mean, again, like the physics sim is what's also blowing my mind. Like, she breaks these baskets over here and the apples just come tumbling out and rolling across the way. The compression does a number on it. The far off ones despawn, but the objects that you can interact with physically, like the flag, stays on the ground to be interacted with again. You know, it's pretty impressive. So I got to give them credit. The team has been hard at work, it seems, and it's looking way better than it was just over the summer. And it makes you wonder why they waited, or why they revealed the game when they did. But it's because I think they thought they could push this out and get it out by November, which is, I mean, it was supposed to already be out. It was supposed to be out by now, like a month ago. But now they're taking their time and it seems to be paying off. So props to them for the delay. Credit where credit is due. They've actually been, I think, making a lot of progress, and it's great to see. Thank you for that one. Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, and Shadows completes my tetralogy of childhood fantasy games. I can't wait for this. I don't give a fudge what anyone says about it. I mean, if it keeps looking like this, I think people are going to shut up real quick when it launches. If it looks this good and keeps getting better. You know. And this is what I've said a 1,000 times. I'm not convinced that the people who have been the most vocal against AC Shadows for the Yasuke stuff, like Grums, I don't think Grums was ever going to play an Assassin's Creed game. Like, I don't think Asmongold was ever going to play an Assassin's Creed game unless it was like one of the biggest games of the year, and everybody was like demanding it. He still probably will, but like, I mean, his fan base is not their target audience typically. So I don't know how much of an impact it would have regardless. I think the people who are most upset about the Yasuke stuff are probably like, I don't think their mind could possibly be changed in any way. So I think that they're just trying to focus on the game, and they're hoping it speaks for itself. And I'll tell them right now, if the game does continue to look this solid, I think we're in for a treat if it is being polished to that level. I hope they can pull it off, because I want more good games. At the end of the day, that's what I'm hoping for. But yeah, if it ends up sucking, that'll be too bad. But they seem to be making a lot of progress on the polishing side, and that's good to see. Okay. Asma will play for me. I mean, he even played Dragon Age, Which, like, to be clear, like, it's fine if you want to talk about a game that you weren't going to play anyways. That's totally fine. Like, who cares? But I do think it's important to note that, like, just because you hear a lot of drama online about a particular game does not mean that that is going to reflect in, like, the audience of that game being affected. You know, I think that the people that are the core of the AC audience, I don't think that they are boycotting the game over Yasuke. Like, they know that these games usually fudge the historical record a lot. And so it's not really a surprise to them. They're like, yeah, no, I mean, this is what they do. You know? Do you think Ubisoft can redeem themselves? I think any company can, except for what's the name of the company that did The Day Before that's trying to do another game? Fantastic. I think anybody but Fantastic can do it. I think they can redeem themselves, but it's just going to take a consistent effort of quality over quantity, of polish and refinement, and I hope that they can pull that off. And I hope this new philosophy they have of giving devs time and not trying to rush stuff out even if it has bugs, I hope that they can continue with that approach, because that's how you get a good game made. I think that's the key. Is EA good now? EA's definitely repaired a lot of their reputation, I think. Part of it is their EA Originals program has done wonders, I think. They, for example, people forget, they published It Takes Two. Technically speaking, EA won Game of the Year in 2021. One of their projects won Game of the Year. EA, you know? So I think that they've done a lot of work to repair their reputation. Because back in like 2016, 17, the type of discussion we have now with Ubisoft was happening with EA.
$20 through Super Chat. I 100% been waiting for AC game in Japan and would have bought it, but the Yasuke as the player character is a big bummer for me and might not now. Would have loved an AC in Sub-Sahara Africa where it's new history for me.
I mean, it's too bad if Yasuke is enough to turn you off from the entire game, you know. That's too bad. I mean, I can't speak to what specifically bums you out about it, but to me, it's not a surprise. It's been rumored for like a decade at this point, that not a decade, like 4 or 5 years, that Yasuke was going to be a playable character. So to me and people who follow the leaks and stuff, none of this was surprising. I don't see it as like a huge deal. Like, do we all know what they were doing with it? Like, yeah. Does it mean that the game will therefore be bad? I don't think so. But yeah, no, there's going to be a lot more Assassin's Creed stuff coming. I mean, they're going to do the Black Flag remake. They're going to do this multiplayer game spinoff. They're going to do a cooperative multiplayer game, it sounds like. They have Hexe, which is going to be more of like a linear, dark, gritty narrative game. There's going to be a lot of stuff for Assassin's Creed fans. This is just their big open world, like living, breathing single player game again. So, yeah. To not play a game because of a character is crazy to me. I mean, if the character is like really bad or stupid, then that can affect the game. I just don't think we've seen anything from Yasuke that's damning to that point. Now, if we see the game in previews, or if we see cutscenes that come out that are on the level of like Forspoken. You remember when Forspoken had some cutscenes leak or get released, and they were literally just the protagonist talking. It was nothing more than that, but it was so poorly written that went viral and killed the game. That's the whole thing. Like, if we get something like that, then yeah, I can see why that could be a turnoff for people. But isn't he gay? No, the whole thing that people freaked out about, and this is why I think it's really important that you check your, like, who you're watching or who you're listening to. In a lot of RPGs, you have the choice to romance whoever, right? Because they're like, we don't know if you as the player want like homosexual relationships, heterosexual relationships, or if you want to just go crazy and do anything and everything that moves. Whether you look at Cyberpunk or you look at whatever, that's typically how a lot of these RPGs work. So for AC Shadows, they're like, yeah, we'll have romances for male, female, whatever. You just go crazy, have fun. And people are like, so therefore he's gay. It's like, no, if you want to play the character as gay, you can do that. If you want to play the character as straight, you can do that. Like, none of this is shocking or new for RPGs. It's just how a lot of these companies build them. But I guess for people who haven't played games before, it's like jarring or shocking. But again, like none of this is new or scandalous. It's been this way for like a decade for a lot of these games. Let's see. The article is still processing. I wanted to look at the Witcher thing, but it's still processing. It's getting there. That's the one thing, is it takes forever when everybody's trying to use it all at the same time. Darn it. Darn it. I also accidentally sat down and watched the entire Herald of Darkness performance the other night. I just like pulled it up because like, oh yeah, I forgot they did that.
Welcome.
Remember how insane this was?
From what I gathered, you grew up nice and sheltered with mama's pretty stories, and you're all made up pure. And mama gave me a magic clicker. Well, yes, I think it's true and fair to say.
What an insane game. Like, for real. The fact that this is real. They should have brought him back this year. Leather pants and all. Where's the dance? I need the dance. Dude, I remember when reviewing Alan Wake 2, like I got to that musical segment. I was like, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Nikki came into the room and saw, like, heard the music and was like, I thought you were playing the game. And I was like, this is the game. And in the review, I had to like coyly say, because I didn't want to spoil it, of course. But I was like, I think it was like 5 hours into the game. Something so insane happens that it's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite moments of any game this year, of all of 2023, because it's just so far out of left field. It's just insane. Like, it's so crazy. But it's just there. And that's the thing I can appreciate about Alan Wake 2 above anything else, is that any other studio, you can imagine if a writer was like, what if we just did like a whole musical segment and like we do a full live action dance and choreograph the whole thing? What if we did that? Any other studio would be like, are you insane? No, we're not doing that. Shut up. No. But they're like, bet. Got it. Yep. It's fantastic. Oh man. Oh, it's so good. Oh, hopefully we get more musical numbers in future games. That's what I'm here for. Wasn't there a musical game announced that Troy Baker was going to be in? Am I just making that up? Did that ever come out? Musical. Do you remember what it was called? Musical game. Troy Baker announced. I could have sworn there was like a game that was going to be a musical. But I don't. Oh, wait. This? Stray Gods, maybe?
You know, the game, we have a bunch of wonderful, you know, Greek god idols that are in the game. I love
sexy idols.
They're hot. They're sexy.
Mean,
yeah.
How do you choose just one?
You can't.
How many abs does Apollo have? We said we counted 8, but I think there are more in the game.
Yes, there are more to the
There are
game.
Easter eggs of where
the other ones
Yeah,
could
yeah.
be.
Feel free to take screenshots when you play the game.
Yes.
Yeah, dude, you can romance some of these characters. Did you guys have a preference?
Yeah, it's like a role-playing musical. Stray Gods. Whatever happened to this? Is it just still in? No, it's out. Dude, what? It came out in August of last year. This totally went over my head. I had no idea this was out.
Lost girl, I know I'm not a lost girl, but this is all new and I don't know what to do.
A killer is on the loose.
Calliope! Please come on.
Do you really expect us to believe that Calliope chose you?
We are the chorus, the gods who remain, hidden in your modern world. I'm afraid you have to die. This isn't justice! I can prove myself. Everybody can feel the agony that's hidden there. Everybody can see the shallow grave we're digging here. Everybody, should we endure? Should we interfere? Everybody, should I be part of this or disappear? Everybody wants to see you fall in love.
You can make us sing, but the song will always be ours.
I remember seeing the announcement. What, they have different color editions? What? I don't understand. But AC Odyssey is $11. Go buy it. Or $12. Go buy it. Also, speaking of Life is Strange double exposure, I didn't realize this. Somebody I went to college with is a voice actor in that. He was in some of the theater classes I took, and he moved to LA to like make it big. And he's in the game. Jake Kudemi. I had like no idea. Nikki mentioned it to me the other day. He plays Reggie. Jake Kudemi. Like I went to college with him. And I just found out he was in this. I was like, oh, he's done a bunch of other like TV commercials and stuff. It seems like he's doing pretty well out there, but Nikki casually mentioned, yeah, he did like some commercials. He was a voice actor in a game. I was like, what? Which game? And then it turns out it was this one. So it's pretty funny. Pretty funny. Who knew? Small world, right? Small world. Oh man. But yeah, I wondered. I can't believe I just forgot about that. But this was like one of the big things that they were pushing for was this game. There was a musical RPG, and they were gonna like get a bunch of big name talent like Laura Bailey, Troy Baker, and stuff to work on it. And they did. Rip out a solo, let Freddie and Pan sing, have everyone sing together. Was all that necessary? Just as well, you got a bit scary. Must be an idol. This feels pointless. I don't know, man. I totally forgot it came out. It's got 4.5 stars on Steam. $30.
Have usurped a
Gods are grappling with how they fit into the modern world and with life's traumas, just as many of us are. But the overall predictability of the story and of these well-known Greek myths limit how replayable Stray Gods ultimately feels.
And this singing is so hard to swallow.
Huh.
Everything I set upon revels at my feet. Grace and the gods she gets to...
Wait, what? The reviewers started saying what? That was weird.
Just is the world to...
I put a spell on you.
Heads up, wrecking me won't come for free.
At another, there's a quirky cover of I Put a Spell on You. A villain's soliloquy is appropriately devilish.
Is the world too much?
Everything I set upon revels and...
Okay. Huh. I don't know. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's bad. I don't know. I'll keep it on the list. Maybe I'll ask Nikki if she wants to play it. Seems like something she might like, but that's funny. I don't know where that came out. I was like, I vaguely recall like a musical game, but I don't know whatever happened to it. Turns out it came out. Who knew? There you go. Okay. Okay, should we look at this one now? Please stop this. Too bad. If I'm suffering, you're suffering with me. That's how it works, man. That's how it works. I'm Greek and that game felt offensive. I feel personally insulted. That's funny. If there is an Assassin's Creed set in Africa, you better be able to assassinate Mansa Musa. What is, or who is Mansa Musa? Oh, history's wealthiest man died in 1337. Yeah, they'd probably do that then because it's Ubisoft. They'd be like, yeah, and we need to have a thing where you can like eat the rich. So you'll kill him and then you'll eat him and it'll be like symbolic. Which is kind of stupid, but you're supposed to be okay with it because he was rich. But he's also from Africa, so maybe you can't do that. I don't know. They're going to have one game that has like multiple settings that's going to go to like the Aztec civilization. And they're going to be doing a lot in the future, but yeah. Knowing them, yeah, they put hip hop music into it. Yeah. That was the thing with AC Shadows where I'm like, I don't know how you defend that. They're like, no, we're not trying to pander. But then Yasuke, who is like a Jesuit sort of slave, sort of missionary, that comes to Japan, they have like hip hop music playing in the background when he's fighting. And it's like, you know what you're doing. Like, we're not stupid. Like, come on, man. Come on. Chat's weird today. You're telling me, dude. Let's do this. Crimson Desert, new segment. Buckle up. Here we go. You ready? Everyone. The game that looks good keeps looking even gooder. That is the official title of this segment. We got a new trailer at the Game Awards. We just didn't have time to look at it last time we were going through stuff. And I mean, it's only 1:40 long, but as we've seen before, it just continues to look very impressive as they close in on polish and everything. You can see there's text at the bottom right, actual in-game and gameplay footage. So they're saying this is what it actually looks like. They're willing to commit to that. They're not saying in-engine. They're not saying anything like that. This is actual in-game. This is what it looks like when you play it. And, you know, some people have commented on segments we've done about this game and been like, I don't know, man, it just looks too good to be true and all this. And I totally understand that feeling because Pearl Abyss previously they did Black Desert Online. Like they've never done a big single player game like this as far as I'm aware. This is big, ambitious, and crazy. I get the feeling, I get having the feeling that this is too good to be true. But much like the feelings about Black Myth Wukong, which was also kind of an unknown quantity before it came out, they have been pretty transparent. They've brought this to events like Gamescom. They've let thousands of people play it. Even our podcast co-host, Joe Raptor, who we should be doing an episode with here in the next couple of days, by the way. So the podcast will be back. He's even played it, I believe, he said. So the game has not been locked away. This isn't like one of those, what's the term for it? Like, those games that aren't really real. It's like vaporware. That's it. This isn't vaporware. Like they've actually let people play it and see these sequences and try them. And that to me instills a lot of confidence that at the very least what we see is real. It's actually working in the game. It's not faked gameplay where everything's scripted like a day before situation where none of that game was real. the question still remains, like, how does this end up being in practice? How deep are the systems? How high quality are the quests? That still remains, because with a lot of these types of projects, they can look really good in trailers that are really flashy and that showcase some really cool stuff. But when you actually sit down to play the game for 50 hours, it ends up being a lot of fetch quests. Maybe the exploration tends to be really bland. There's nothing really interesting in the world to find. Maybe the upgrades are really minimal or uninteresting. Things like that. Maybe the writing is really dry. That's where these games tend to start to fall apart or grow weak in certain spots. But that just remains to be seen. I mean, we just don't know yet. And we won't know until we actually get our hands on it, review it, or what have you. But I do want to say that, like, they've shown it. They've been clear with it. They let people try it. So this isn't just a total vaporware situation. There is a game here. The polishing is where we're at. But if it were up to me, like, my expectation, my predictions for where this is going to land, I think this ends up being pretty good. Probably landing similar to Black Myth Wukong in that, like, B to B minus B plus, somewhere in there, but probably a B. I think the writing is probably pretty bad, because that's typically how these games tend to go. I'm guessing optimization wise, it probably doesn't run too great. That's my expectation as well. And I would expect that their history of MMO questing probably carries forward, and a lot of the questing feels like an MMO. I think a lot of it's going to be fetch quests. A lot of it's going to be go here, kill 10 of these goblin enemies, and then come back with their teeth and sell them to me so I can make a potion, and then I'll give you that quest 15 dozen times, and that's how it's going to be. For some people, that sounds great. So say we all says a single player MMO, let's go. Yeah, for some people, that's how it's going to be. I think that's what it's going to turn out like. But I do think that the tropes and problems that tend to apply to MMOs and games from MMO studios probably carry over here. But that doesn't mean it's going to be a bad game. Like I said, I think it still gets a B, but I don't think that this is necessarily going to come out and be like Game of the Year winner beating out GTA 6 or anything. But the rest of the trailer, they continue on. They have different things like mining systems, cooking systems. They have this is the other thing that's kind of bizarre. They have this like pseudo sci-fi element to it as well. They clearly took inspiration from the Sky Islands from from Tears of the Kingdom. And it's like, I get it. I get why they're doing it. It's this weird like Isu storyline, vaguely reminiscent of Assassin's Creed. I get it. It adds some variability, some dynamics to it. I just personally, I'm an Assassin's Creed old school fan. I've played those games since I was a kid. And I, even back then, didn't really like this stuff. I didn't really like the Isu weird futurism stuff. I just like the historical setting. And to have fantasy mixing in this weird, like, high lost technology stuff for me is just kind of like, I'm good, but I get that they're doing it to shake it up and add more stuff to it. But to me, it doesn't get me excited or anything. But like, this looks good. This I'm in for. Boss fights. Just casually flying mounted dragons. That's new. I'm down for that.
For those who have died.
What? Like, oh, wow. Okay. This is why people feel like maybe this is too good to be true, though, because people see this stuff and they're like, so I felt like it was too good to be true. And then you just casually drop footage of me flying a dragon. That's amazing. And then you go further and you show footage of me flying a dragon during like a raid on a castle. What? Like, what? It's outrageous. It's crazy.
For those who have died. For those who have...
Flying it around these Sky Islands again. Very cool. To be fair, this is probably a very late game thing, getting access to the dragons, I would imagine. But still, super cool. Just when you think you've seen everything, they add something more.
Survived. And for those...
a lot of NPCs on screen. You don't tend to see shots like this in many games with not just NPCs close to you, but NPCs far away from you. This is like big dick energy flexing right now, okay? Like you don't typically see this kind of thing. Usually devs will have a big wall right here. They'll have big trees blocking all of them, like because they just don't want to, they don't want to bother trying to simulate all this and have this many NPCs on screen. But this is part of the reason why, yeah, CPO go brrr. Yeah, exactly. This is part of the reason why I think that it probably doesn't run that great, because it seems like they are making no compromises to the game, which on the one hand is great because you get a pretty ambitious, crazy game. But on the other side, it means that they're probably not cutting a lot of stuff to make the game run a lot better. The other possibility is that this is just running on a souped up CPU and they have the toggle, like the slider for NPC population, and it's cranked out the ass in shots like this. But on console or on a normal PC, there'd be like 3 people over on the far side. That's the other possibility too. But at the very least, I appreciate that they're really pushing it and they give you the ability to push it if you have the hardware. But it kind of creates that debate for a lot of people where they see this trailer, they get excited by this, and then when the game comes out and somebody tries to play it on a normal human PC, they're like, it doesn't look anything like this. This is garbage. They downscaled it. They walked it back. When in reality, like, no, they just played it on a high-end PC. But still, there will be people that freak out about it. So it gives and takes. Maybe the easiest solution is back when they did the initial watermark on the bottom right saying it's actual in-game gameplay and cinematics. Maybe there you also just say running on a high-end PC. Maybe even say like running on a 4090 and an i9 or a AMD whatever Ryzen. I don't remember what I have in here. 7950X, is that a thing? I don't know, whatever it is. Just say what the PC is, maybe. That way nobody can complain. Maybe that's the solution.
Who will live on? This is...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is how I know it's real footage, though. Did you see what I saw? Did you see what I saw? Once more, I see some evidence of upscalers being used pretty heavily. If you look at his face, enhance. Watch his brow. So as he's moving, there's a ghosting that's happening where a little bit of his head remains. So you can see his brow is there. I can put the mouse pointer right where his brow is. And then he moves away, but the brow outline still remains. You see that little ghosty line? And then it follows with him. It's very small. If you're looking for it, you spot it. But it's basically just a ghosting effect that happens with some upscalers. Yeah, oh no, unplayable. Yeah, to be clear, it doesn't mean the game's unplayable. It just tells me that they are relying on upscalers to hit this frame rate and resolution. What just happened? It's trying to force me to watch Intergalactic trailers again. How dare you? How dare you? It's not going to work. We watched it already. No more Intergalactic. But to be clear, the reason I'm pointing this out is because if they're using that in trailers to hit 60 frames and to hit the resolution targets, yeah, they're doing 4K 60 in the original footage. So like for them to be able to do that, they're using upscalers that have ghosting and stuff. Could be nothing. Could be polished up a lot because they say late 2025 is when it's coming. So it could be polished up a lot. Hopefully it is. But it just tells me that if they're relying on upscalers now, it's currently not running that great. Because the ideal is that you get the game running well without any upscalers, and upscalers allow you to hit even better frame targets. That's what I think most people expect when they see upscalers being used, is that it's going to enhance their time with the game. It's not going to make it, the bare minimum. And to their credit, like with Kingdom Come Deliverance, Sir Toby clarified this because Indiana Jones didn't do this. Indiana Jones spec stat sheet required DLSS to be enabled to hit the frame rate targets with the hardware they recommended. But here you can see Sir Toby clarifies maybe an important update or important note. The PC specs are listed without any upscaling in mind. Upscaling will, of course, boost FPS if necessary, even on weaker hardware. So all of these are based on performance without upscalers, and if you use upscalers, it'll run even better than what they're recommending, which is 1440p at 60 or 4K 30, 1440p at 60, which I think is the way to do it. But with this, if they're using upscalers just to hit the bare minimum of the trailer resolution and frame rate targets, it's just something to pay attention to, because it furthers that idea that maybe resolution and frame rates are going to be a difficulty for this. But okay. Sorry. What kind of post is this? What is this, man? Shroud looked at his bank account in the middle of a Marvel Rivals game to calm down. What?
Dude, I'm actually getting a little upset.
Oh, I'm dead.
How do I reset this mentally?
You don't.
You just look at your bank account. Just look at your bank account, quick.
Okay, quick. Look at my bank account. Okay.
You are very dead, Magneto.
He actually pulled it up.
Okay. Locked in.
Okay. That's actually low key. That's low key badass right there. I'll give him that. That's kind of funny. It is the funny thing with a lot of these streamers where like they get so riled up with it. And it's like, just remember, you make stupid money to just like play games and stuff. It's okay. It's okay. Like, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'm far from a millionaire. I am nowhere near the level of like these guys who are taking in hundreds of thousands a month. But even for me, it's like whenever you start to get stressed out about stuff, it's like you're making a good living talking about video games all day. Calm down. Okay, calm down. It's okay. You know, it's okay. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. I did this shit right now and my day is ruined. This method does not work for me. Am I too poor to understand this? Shroud is just on a whole nother level. He's built different. This is the biggest flex ever. I once did this with my social security number and then my credit score was screwed for 5 years. Yeah, I guess that is a good point where it's like, if you're on this level, looking at your bank account calms you down and like mellows you out. But for a lot of other people, I would say for the vast majority of people, looking at their bank account probably doesn't calm them down. It probably stresses them out. That's pretty fun. That's pretty crazy. That's wild. Yeah. Oh man. That's funny. Luke seems net worth millionaire rather than liquid. As with most YouTubers, it depends on if you're counting the YouTube channel in the valuation. Like, if you counted the value of the YouTube channel, some like one person for my my tax stuff, they were like, well, technically on paper, your YouTube channels are probably together worth like a couple $1,000,000 or a few $1,000,000 or whatever it was. But I was like, yeah, but you can't sell them. Like, I can't go sell my YouTube channel because it's me. I'm the YouTube channel. So I can't just sell my YouTube channel to somebody. It's not like that. But you know, I get what they're saying. I get what they mean by it. But still it's a little like, technically if you're counting that, then sure, millionaire. But like, I think when people think millionaire, they think that you can like, you live in a mansion or you have the sports cars or you do that. And like, that's not me. Like at all. Sell myself. Yeah, I could do that. It's like, do you remember that viral post? Let me see if I can find it. Oh no, they deleted the original post. They deleted the original post. It was that viral post. when Taylor Swift, like they posted her net worth at 1.3 billion and then Kanye West at 400 million, and somebody tweeted it and they deleted it or limited their post or whatever, but they said Taylor Swift can now officially buy Kanye West. The community note was, no, he can't do that, she can't do that because slavery was outlawed in 1865 or whatever. It's like, that's pretty good, or 1863, whatever the year was. That's just what it makes me think of. Oh, that was funny. Those were good days, man. That was funny. Oh man. Oh dude, this is painful. What's winning game of the year tomorrow? Black Myth, Wukong, Balatro. Apparently it's Balatro. Apparently you're supposed to like pronounce the Al. Balatro. Final Fantasy VII or Shadow of the Air Tree. Oops. Okay. Balatro. Where's Metaphor? Yeah, I mean, I get they only have like 4, but how many Yetis you got? How dare you? That's personal. I love my Yetis, dude. I have my big blue one. I have the big red one. And I have a small red one. I think a small black one, but I'm pretty sure one of my in-laws stole it. Pretty sure. Ba la 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 tro. There you go. That would have been fun. Could have named it that. Oh yeah, tight. 2 years. My God. That's crazy. Thank you.
Yeah, Tight is now a member. This is a little late, but Tasty Shadows is looking so much better. I'm actually interested in it now, and that's coming from a OG AC fan.
Yeah, I agree. It's looking way, way better. They just have to keep the grind up and keep working on it, because it's getting way better. And like I said, even people who were like pretty hard against it were like, no, it's actually looking pretty good. And so I think they're making a lot of progress. It's good to see. And thank you for 2 years, by the way. That's insane. Yeah, Tight has been a member for 2 years. That's insane. It's crazy to think we've been streaming that long, because to me it doesn't feel like that, but I mean that's wild. That is absolutely wild. Okay. Let's talk about this one. I guess we can do this. New segment. So this video was recommended to me by some people in chat who said it's very, very good. Basically, one of the frustrations I've had for a long time, and that I've expressed on stream, and I didn't know this video existed, but it seems to argue for the similar thing, is basically that it feels like a lot of developers and publishers nowadays rely on things like upscalers, rely on things like frame generation, rely on things like FSR, whatever, to hit frame rate and resolution targets that should be the minimum. So if the resolution target is, say, 1440p at 30, and then they'll upscale it to 4K 30, it seems like a lot of studios are using the upscalers to get to that level without just hitting the native goal. Like they're relying or using these upscalers and these other techs as a crutch instead of optimizing the game fully to where it needs to be. And to be clear, this isn't necessarily just because of the developers being, lazy or taking shortcuts. Usually this is because the publishers are not giving them enough time to polish the game to that point, so they just have to get it out the door. A great example would be like Star Wars Jedi Survivor. A really, really, really good game, but that game ran like garbage when it launched. Really unfortunately so. And part of the reason it ran like garbage was because of its over-reliance on upscalers like FSR that just made everything look really muddy. It wasn't optimized well enough, so when you got into open world sections, it ran like garbage. They've patched it. Apparently it's way better now, but that was a huge problem when it first launched. And this video kind of outlines similar stuff, and funnily enough, has an entire chapter titled "Why Epic Games and Unreal Engine is the Biggest Problem." So let's see what they have to say. This is from Threat Interactive, and let's see what they've got.
Is an investigative report addressing the most negative aspects affecting modern game development, specifically the deterioration of realistic graphics and the manufactured increase in computing cost.
And I was gonna make a joke about people being made ugly or like Sweet Baby or something. It's not even funny anymore. It's just this is where we are.
I am Kevin Jimenez, the founder of Threat Interactive, a new game production studio aiming to unlock the full potential this next generation of gaming can provide. And we'll show just how by the end of this video. There are three interconnected factors that need to be addressed: creativity, performance, and visuals. Let's begin with creativity. Several videos online are already bringing awareness to the decreasing quality of gameplay, open worlds, and the microtransactions affecting the majority of games.
The two biggest video game makers in America now make most of their money not from people buying games, but on subscriptions and spending within those games.
In fact, Electronic Arts and Take-Two Interactive both make a staggering 75% of their money from what's called microtransactions.
However, I personally loathe the popular critique that photorealistic games are not fun, they lack art style, and we need worse graphics to fix it. This defeatist attitude is a byproduct of modern development, not visual progress. As industry game developer veterans put it, one thing you do is 10 things you don't. Currently, graphics dominate the do list, leaving gameplay and art style in the don't category.
That's a good way of putting it. One thing you do is 10 things you don't. I like that. That's really succinct. It's like what Todd Howard used to say in all those interviews he would give in the development of like Skyrim and Fallout 3 and stuff, where he said, we can do anything, we just can't do everything. And I think that that's the same vibe that's basically being put forward here, is that you can do a lot, but every time you choose to pursue a specific course, you are sacrificing other things that get left behind.
Graphics are currently in a chaotic state, but once the entire developer industry can easily create highly performant photorealism within their engines, competition can begin to solely focus on art direction and gameplay. But recent opportunities for outstanding games with captivating stories and incredible gameplay have been tarnished by the next two factors. 30 FPS on next-gen consoles is unacceptable for many reasons. It appears choppy and promotes a reliance on accessibility such as motion blur. 30 FPS also induces extreme judder and motion on numerous screens. With only 30 frames, the quality of gameplay logic and basic responsiveness falls short, especially when tons of other titles offer that same basic responsiveness. There are numerous 8th generation console titles that ran near photorealistic visuals at 60 FPS, and that was on 2013 2 teraflop hardware, so 30 FPS titles like Spider-Man PS4 are kind of excused here. But modern studios are churning out these half-baked games with absurd requirements, creating an illusion that 13 teraflop 2021 architecture isn't powerful enough for basic photorealistic performance standards set years ago.
And I think that's the most jarring thing, is that, like, to a certain extent, people felt, I think a lot of people have felt deceived coming out of the PS4 era into the PS5 era. It's like, we paid for all new hardware, all these new consoles that are on paper way more powerful, but it doesn't feel like the leap has been there. And I understand like the argument that it's just diminishing marginal returns, that as time goes by, you know, it's, if you look at it as just a line, if this was like the original PlayStation, the PS2 is a huge leap, you know, it's massive. The PS3 is maybe a smaller leap, but it's still pretty significant. The leap then to the PS4 is maybe to here, so it's again a good jump, but not that big. And then the leap to the PS5 is even smaller. I understand that we're talking about diminishing marginal improvements. I get that. But it also doesn't change the fact that it feels like we should see at least some improvement. But in a lot of cases, it feels like games are running worse and looking worse. I feel like Forspoken looks worse than almost all of those other games that came out 10 years ago. It ran worse. Gotham Knights as well. Jedi Survivor definitely ran worse. When it was fixed, it started looking better, but it definitely did not look that great at launch. RoboCop, I think, was fine, but it's been a minute since I looked at it. Alan Wake 2, also a really good looking game. But as for all these other ones, yeah, I can see that.
This leads us to our final issue. The basic standard of 60 FPS is only offered at the cost of our next and biggest problem, visuals. I firmly advocate for photorealism, but the industry is advancing in it in a manner that is worthless during basic movement, through a cancer in real-time rendering. A graphics programming scapegoat that is destroying every game in its path. It's called TAA, and that stands for Temporal Anti-Aliasing. And this includes upscalers. There are great videos trying to bring awareness about this, but Digital Foundry has an ignorant video that is quickly spreading inaccurate information that is damaging real-time rendering. I will expose false narratives as I show why TAA has ruined modern optimization trends in conjunction with an abusive use of the power offered in current generation consoles.
Okay.
TAA and upscalers stem from anti-aliasing.
Old school Linus. Wow. That's like getting hit in the face with a bucket of cold ice water. Wow, Linus. Oh, old school Linus is something else, man. I remember watching these videos. Remember when he was still making them in that house that they had rented, and it was just a house in some neighborhood, but they had their whole studio based out of it. That's when I got into Linus Tech Tips, way back in the day, before the new studio, before everything. And now, you know, it's very corporate and professional, but those were the days, man. He used to film videos in just a straight up kitchen, like on the kitchen island. It was great.
That aim to mimic the benefits of 4K plus rendering, because 4K 60 FPS on affordable hardware, including that generation consoles, isn't feasible. True 4K or higher rendering ensures smooth edges on objects, better sampling on textures, thin objects, and specular highlights. As you decrease the resolution, stair-stepping aliasing emerges, and thin details on meshes and specular highlighting breaks apart. FXA addresses stair-stepping for a cheap cost, but introduces noticeable blur on the entire image.
Yeah, it just kind of smooths everything out. For sure. I mean, one of the perks of 4K, at least in theory, is that once you hit 4K, on smaller displays, you probably don't even need to do any extra anti-aliasing because the resolution's just high enough that it can smooth it out just natively. But as screens have gotten bigger, that's also become a problem because you can still spot it.
SMAA eliminates these same edges without any blur, making it much more superior. In fact, the only advantage 4K downsample to 1080p versus 1080p with just SMAA applied is thin detail and specular sampling. But modern TAA is designed to run at any resolution by jittering the rendering view in 8 or more positions as frames are generated. After pixel reprojection logic is calculated and designed, the past frames are combined, creating an 8K-like resolution addressing thin, undersampled objects and specular highlighting. But all versions of these designs have several issues. Temporal designs are destructive to object or character motion within view. The problems I'm about to show aren't usually visible under a slower threshold of motion, which is why the industry markets with slow cinematic trailers or graphical showcases. But motion produced from gameplay gets annihilated with ghosting, blur, and smearing visuals.
Yeah, ugh, gross. Ew, gross, stinky. Look at the line, the ghosting. This was part of the problem with it. It's also like all these games that have dense grass and stuff, we have better like memory capacity on modern consoles and stuff. So you see grasses like and foliage being cranked up, but these upscaling techniques and anti-aliasing techniques cannot handle it. And so it just makes it look like you're walking in a field of smushed kale.
This is why still or slow image quality comparisons by major tech influencers are both worthless and misleading. What's the point in playing a realistic game that looks like this during basic player interactions? YouTube compression conveniently hides these effects of TAA and is usually mistaken for video compression artifacts.
This is why I go through these trailers and pause them and point out these things, like in that Crimson Desert video we just looked at, where we pause it, we zoom in, enhance, and look at it. Because, like, it's something when it's in a compressed YouTube video, you might not notice, but when you play the game, when you have your hands on the controller, you will notice it. It is something that you'll pick up on. So, you know, these videos are filmed, edited, and presented in the way that covers it up as best they can, because they, of course, don't want to focus on the downsides of the current game and how it looks and runs. But it's important if you're going to spend $70 freaking on something that you be aware of it at least.
The 4K on YouTube resembles native uncompressed 1080p more than actual native uncompressed 4K. Chances are you're playing games through an HDMI or better, meaning your game's image quality is uncompressed. Temporal solutions and motion degrade resolution similar to low bitrate video compression. So having TAA on your gameplay is like adding compression to your gaming experience. Because of current hardware prices that aren't changing anytime soon, 1080p and 1440p remain the most consumer-friendly target resolutions.
Oh my god, dude. Look at that. Look at that monstrosity. Oh. Look dead center of the frame. Look at that ghosting, man. Oh my god. Man.
But TAA ruins these resolutions the most. TAA and upscalers not only ruin affordable gaming resolutions, but also damage luxury resolutions for those with enthusiast-grade graphic GPUs. TAA and upscalers are often bundled with ugly sharpeners that fail to fix ghosting or restore the original clarity and detail stripped away from smearing. The FTAA subreddit, up until the creation of the r/motion clarity subreddit, remained the only online community where consumers could finally speak loud against the industry's oxymoron stance on realistic graphics, and they've listed hundreds of games with forced TAA, with recent titles throwing out traditional AA options for upscaling methods only. Remember the SMAA versus 4K comparisons earlier? You could get the same sampling quality on thin and specular by reusing a single pass frame, which means long ghosting trails, blur, and smearing could be eliminated. I personally compiled several pieces of data showing these temporal methods could be redesigned.
Dude, there's an entire subreddit named that. That's great. Oh, that's funny. There's an entire subreddit dedicated to it. That's funny.
Designed to prevent all these hideous motion issues, which are listed in the video description. But clear and good TAA will never become mainstream because the smeary nature of current temporal solutions are being exploited to cover up lazy and cheap development practices. In hundreds of game titles, if you can fully disable temporal solutions, you are punished severely with numerous rendering problems. Temporal dithering and frame blending dependent rendering aspects. Bloom. Soft shadows. Denoise replacement for ray trace shadows. Ambient occlusion. Screen space contact shadows. Vegetation, fur, hair. Screen space reflections. Global illumination. Translucent materials. Clouds. Dithering to hide geometric camera clipping. Mesh introductions. And ray trace reflections. Strip away TAA in several engines and these effects transform into an incomprehensible mess or reveal a poor approach to an aspect of rendering. These are the supposed fixes and optimizations offered by temporal anti-aliasing and upscalers. But an industry lie perpetuated by Digital Foundry's TAA video is the claim that TAA and upscalers enable developers to optimize these effects by rendering them at lower resolutions, allowing TAA to smooth them with supposedly no cost. But if you do some digging, you'll discover older deferred titles from under a decade ago, rendering the same basic effects independently of temporal frame smearing with similar or better performance and or similar better visual quality. And guess what? If you need extra performance from a demanding feature, that feature can be programmed to run at a lower resolution and or include its own temporal accumulation without blurring the entire frame. Modern implementations of last gen's basic visuals perform more poorly because studios leverage the power of ninth generation consoles to cut financial costs on legitimate optimization processes for faster releases. The financial...
Which checks out. I mean, especially when you consider how expensive the current development processes are, that they're still this expensive even with corners being cut like this. You know, it's pretty remarkable.
Savings don't end there though. TAA and upscalers enable studios to save money by integrating these popular and fully developed temporal algorithms into their engines instead of investing in the development of genuinely high-performing and self-resolving effects. Since TAA, a large portion of rendering advancement papers tie in TAA or mention an upscaler such as DLSS as a required condition to solve some issue with the design. Speaking of DLSS, people only label it better than native because DLSS is always compared to native with TAA applied. Anything compared to the worst case scenario will appear improved. The so-called best TAA algorithms are needlessly expensive and brand specific. First, I have a bone to pick with DLAA. DLAA uses too many pass frames for reconstruction, which causes two problems: long ghosting trails and significant blurring in motion compared to native with SMA or stationary output. It also fails to smooth stair-stepping and motion compared to SMAA. Applying Circus Method with the newest DLL provides much better results, even though both examples are rendered at 1080p. But Circus Method isn't cheap. DLA at 1080p on a desktop 12GB 3060 costs 0.75 milliseconds. Circus Method bumps it up to 2.44 milliseconds. Image quality is far from poor, but its proprietary nature, cost, and Blue Moon AI mistakes makes it unreliable for the industry. XeSS 1.3 native AA mode suffers from the same problems as DLIA, but costs 1.44 milliseconds at 1080p on the same machine. Applying Circus Method gets image quality almost indistinguishable from Circus Method DLSS, but costs 4.6 milliseconds.
Jesus.
Next is Unreal's TSR. It's a little more complex because it implements Circus Method natively, but I give it the fairest shot possible by using UE 5.4's more optimized implementation. It's easy to appear superior to Unreal's TAA, but TSR suffers from a specific hazy fizzle appearance that video compression doesn't present well enough to pair with my criticism of that aspect. But besides whether or not you think it looks fine or not, the biggest issue again is the cost when set by the maximum quality settings for anti-aliasing. It puts TSR 10 times the cost of TAA and stands around 3 milliseconds on a 3060 at native 1080p. That's the difference between 60 FPS and 50 FPS. Still not convinced it's too expensive? Let's look at the DCIMA TAA again from 2017. These are PS4 timings, and they didn't go with SMA because of the cost combined with temporal reprojection, so they went with a sharpened FXAA fallback for their 2-frame TAA instead. But what if they used SMAA instead? We would get 0.36 milliseconds versus both unreasonable TSR timings. With such a low base cost, and these results at 30 FPS, if we wanted to keep AAA cost under 1 millisecond on modern affordable hardware, we could catapult the quality even further with 60 FPS and use that 0.73 milliseconds of headroom with aspects such as SMA or advanced motion vectors. Meanwhile, if TSR was put under the same scenario on screen, I guarantee you it would look like its slime show even at 60 FPS. These are TAA design requisites that must be combined to keep TAA computations costs low and stop it from producing the poor image quality we've settled for more than a decade now. But effect dependency is preventing progress.
And part of this is like, once it becomes a standard, there's not much to like revolutionize it. Because I mean, the average, again, the average gamer, are they really going to notice this type of thing? Like, they're probably like, it looks a little, it doesn't look that great, or it doesn't run that great, or it's a little blurrier. But I think the average gamer is probably not picking up on a lot of this, which is why they can get away with it, basically. Again, this is Threat Interactive. I see you asking who it was. It's Threat Interactive on YouTube.
Unreal has long been founded on this dependency, and still heavily does. UE5 is set to worsen this industry problem because it's going to dominate the production of titles coming this generation, and Epic and its partners like CD Projekt Red have no concern over this matter. The Unreal documentation goes so far to claim that FXAA results in a loss of fidelity compared to their temporal methods, which you should be aware by now is only a half-truth. They also provide misleading information about TSR, presenting it as a method to achieve near 4K quality with just 1080p input. Of course, they showcase this with a stationary example. In reality, 540p with sufficient temporal jitter and accumulation can resolve an 8K resolution image with a stationary camera. Out of context fairy tales like this are damaging game development.
Yeah, it's the old saying from Mark Twain, I believe, which was there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. And with a lot of this stuff, like you can find any collection of data to prove your point if you twist it and bend it just enough where it's like, see, this side by side, it looks way better than just rendering natively. Which it's like, yeah, well, it's a still frame. And when you're actually playing the video game and things are in motion, it's not going to look significantly better than if you were rendering natively. Like, it's not going to retain detail. It's not going to enhance detail. It's not going to do any of that because it introduces all these other cascading artifacts and things. But, you know, when this is the standard, this is just what everybody's doing. And it becomes the meta.
Another out-of-context narrative Epic Games is pushing is that Nanite has a faster way to render geometry and aims to eliminate the LOD pop-in association. Nanite does not increase performance unless you abuse your scene with extreme overdraw. I've compiled many tests on the specific Unreal's forums thread that proves this. Nanite can cost as much as next-gen lighting, and pop-in will still remain a part of your gaming experience because shadows, skeletal meshes, foliage, and open world partitions will still introduce pop. Even Brian Karras has stated Nanite can have worse performance on optimized meshes, but stated users still enable it to save disk space. This comment is a perfect example showing Epic Games' flawed position on what modern games really need. It doesn't matter if your highly detailed open world game is 100 megabytes, but can't perform at a decent resolution and frame rate. Optimized meshes don't even require nanite compression, but studios who use nanite save themselves money by not investing in quality LODs, and not investing in mesh introduction transitional effects that would give you better results. A good practice used on optimized game meshes is the use of bitmaps for subpixel detail, such as the words on these quixel stones. Nanite encourages and is designed to render subpixel detail geometrically instead of textures, which causes extreme pixel crawl and artifacting, which, you guessed it, can only be fixed by intense temporal frame smearing, creating a manufactured and limited scenario where flawed TAA appears as the better option. I understand the time and quality issues related to making good LDs, but Nanite is the worst solution to this problem. UE5.
It is kind of funny that so much of this stuff nowadays is like, yeah, well, we're going to retain the quality with things like Nanite, but then we're just going to fix it by blurring everything and smearing it so that it looks better, I guess. Like it's just, it's funny how they create a problem in their attempt to solve a different one, and then they fix it by undoing the solution that they just produced, you know?
I will dominate all other options because this engine excels in support. I'm talking asset packages formatted specifically for Unreal, hundreds of documentations, shared public content, overwhelming logic support. Epic Games provides hundreds of free, basic, but high-quality assets when you use Unreal. Every major third-party vendor with game-related software always prioritizes support for Unreal. Unreal offers a unique amount of support for critical tools for basic workflows like animation and debuggers. It's intuitive to use in comparison with competitor UI and programming designs. For studios, finding individuals to hire is made easy due to the widespread popularity and adoption of the engine.
Mm-hmm.
It's
also part of the reason that companies like CDPR are looking at it, because talent is like one of the biggest things that people just don't talk about in the games industry right now. Like, it's something Mark Alexis Cotier in that talk just a couple weeks ago mentioned. He was like, right now it is extremely difficult to find the qualified talent that has histories of releasing games. Like, they're not out there looking for jobs. Either they have a good job at a big studio and they haven't left yet because they're senior, or they've gone off and founded their own studio and are working independently. Like, it's really tough to find experienced talent. So one of the ways these companies are finding ways to acquire new talent is by like hiring people right out of college that are familiar with Unreal Engine, and then they get them when they're fresh out of school, and then they build them up into the talent that they need, which they can do quicker because Unreal Engine is so familiar to people. They don't have to spend 6 months or a year teaching people how to use their tools. It's like that other interview we watched with Will Shen, the former Quest director, I believe was his title, with Bethesda Game Studios. And he said that he was spending a lot of time making tutorials, using OBS to make tutorial videos teaching people at the studio, new hires, how to use the creation engine and their tool set, which is an insane thing when you think about it. Using an amazingly like qualified guy, having him spend his time making video tutorials on how to use their tools, that's insane. What a waste of his talent, right? Versus just using a tool set people already know how to use, which saves everybody time, right? So there's like a bunch of benefits to using a tool set like this, but there's also downsides as they're outlining.
Advantage Unreal has acquired by simply existing as long as it has the way it has. That makes it the go-to for software and digital media. But the engine designs and its leadership should not be at the forefront of next-gen graphics development for critical reasons I'll outline right now. Epic provides 30 FPS presets in Unreal because they don't believe it's inadequate on 9th generation consoles. Look at Fortnite 5.4's performance. The design is CPU intensive, sure, but the art style is simplistic enough to, even with GI, it should provide a computational advantage. Yet it's one of the hardest games to run on the GPU side, even with a 60 FPS or high preset enabled. If this is the best performance offered by the engine's creators, of course they'll defend 30 FPS when basic realism or complex stylized visuals come into play. Epic has no experience making realistic games. The Matrix Awakens is not a game. It's a visually exciting 30 FPS demo with enough motion blur to hide the 30 FPS screen judder. Consumers who didn't own a 9th generation console at the time saw the 60 FPS tag on the YouTube presentation and assumed that was the case. People who did experience the demo firsthand were given basic interaction through a locked aiming system that wouldn't expose the fluidity issues of 30 FPS.
It's very sneaky, isn't it? It's very sneaky. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
Epic has no problem abusing the flaws of their TAA or temporal upscalers such as DLSS for several effects I've shown throughout this video. Epic defaults their engine to rely on temporal smearing when very few TAA independent features remain undocumented and hidden behind loopholes most unsuspecting developers will never find. They shamelessly promote heavy and blurry temporal upscaling as a viable solution on 9th generation consoles. And the biggest problem with Epic and their perspective on game development is that Fortnite drives their motivations for Unreal's development. Fortnite is a game with a very unique and uncommon problem the engine has to accommodate for. It's an open world map with a dynamic time of day and weather. This means real-time GPU calculations need to be computed per frame to account for those dynamic changes. What makes these calculations so much more expensive in Unreal is the fact that Fortnite's entire environment is destructible. This is why more realistic open worlds from 8th generation console titles have no problem with day or weather cycles even though they don't use light maps. Because their environment, or in other words primary source of indirect lighting, is mostly static. These games use lighting solutions that bait small, memory-efficient indirect lighting hints that your GPU doesn't have to compute. This way your GPU just calculates how these pre-computed hints correlate to the dynamic lights and shadows.
This is one thing that was huge in the PS4 era that is not really, as far as I understand it, that common nowadays, was that so many of these games from that era baked in a ton of the detail, like a lot of it. There was, of course, Last of Us Part 2 is probably the most common example people have brought up of just a very beautiful game running on, again, 2013 hardware. And this would be considered phenomenal graphics for a 2024 game. If something came out like this, it would probably be one of the best looking games of the year. And this was running on 2013 hardware. Okay, like that's crazy. Technically, I guess this was probably 2016 hardware because it's running on the PS4 Pro. But still, I mean, wildly impressive graphically. But it's because they were able to bake in a ton of stuff, and it's also a proprietary engine that is custom built for that. But it's just, I think with a lot of this stuff, it's I hadn't really thought of it before, but I think it is absolutely true that Unreal is building Epic first and foremost with Fortnite in mind. So they build the engine to excel at that very specific use case. But a lot of these companies that are using it are not using it in the way that Fortnite uses the engine. They don't build it the same way. And so a lot of those optimizations and specializations for Unreal Engine aren't really utilized. And so you suffer all the downsides without any of the upside.
These lighting systems have their own limitations, but not a whole lot that can't be accelerated or overcome using 9th gen's hardware full potential. Fortnite's GI, which is Unreal's Lumen, can't let developers with the common environmental properties bake any high-quality indirect lighting hints that save you performance. Unreal's light maps are uninterpolatable and have serious leaking problems that can only be mitigated with stupid amounts of VRAM memory. So many Unreal games are wasting performance for basic visual standards because your GPU is computer whether or not a Fortnite wall has been destroyed or what that wall looks like, etc. Lumen is noisy without TAA because it isn't designed to use stable or high-quality indirect lighting hints. So top that inefficiency off in games with other Epic game technologies like Nanite, Virtual Shadow Maps, and TSR, and we're left with games created faster than ever and as inefficient and as terrible in motion as ever. When this happens over and over again, it standardizes, which is why other studios are following these inefficient designs for their mostly static games that could use faster systems. Epic Games' indifference towards underperforming or poor visuals that appear in third-party Unreal games is the statement that big-budget studios should be customizing Unreal source code to provide more appropriate designs for their titles. True, but it's almost a catch-22. If a studio decides to use Unreal, it shows they lack the funding, interest, and/or innovation to manage the graphics themselves. This is exactly what happens when established studios throw out proprietary engines in favor of what Unreal offers. I have one more problem with Epic that I need to cover. Unreal is used for the automotive, film, simulation, and construction industries. That wouldn't be a problem if Epic wasn't constantly accounting for this user base and muddling Unreal with algorithms not meant for consumer-efficient real-time rendering. Amidst of these issues, I gave Epic the benefit of the doubt and made a feedback thread on the Unreal developer forums 12 months ago, requesting the prioritization of game development and a larger focus on temporal smearing independence within their various effects. In only 11 months, it was voted as the #1 feedback from developers, replacing the previous #1 feedback thread made 3 years ago. Epic released several Unreal versions, including nothing pertaining to the thread's request, despite a solid number of educated developers ready to progress beyond Epic's limited vision for this generation of games.
They're like, please, listen to us, please. Epic's like, no.
Gaming. This studio was created to begin the production of an intense action game based on a new IP consisting over 700 pages of detailed story and scenarios. Our game is conventional due to only requiring a mostly static world with dynamic lights, making our goals much more relevant to many developers and gamers. We have paused the production of our game, so our unrivaled passion for motion clarity and performance standards for untainted photorealism can be met, which is why our solution is to create a custom Unreal via crowdfunding with custom systems that directly address the giant issues stated in this video. Don't think.
Yeah, and I think they could get there. Basically, Thread Interactive, they do they're making a game, but they use their expertise to make these videos, breaking it down, and it's very valuable insights. I mean, my hope is, of course, that Epic wakes up and pays attention to the feedback from a lot of devs. But this has been, the old problem where a lot of these games have stereotypical problems, which you can always point to and be like, oh, well, it's an Unreal Engine game. Oh, it's got terrible stutter when you enter new areas or with new effects because it didn't compilate shaders and things, or compilate. Did I just use that word? Compile. That's the word. So there's plenty of stuff to poke holes in and plenty of stuff to look at, but hopefully Epic just listens to it and devote some resources to it. My other hope is with companies like CDPR partnering with them. CDPR, which pretty clearly has a very capable staff of engineers that worked on their Red engine for years. My hope is that they can go to Epic and be like, listen, we got to fix this. We got to do that. We got to do this. We got to do that. And that they can help enhance the engine to work better for these types of games. That's my hope. Worst case scenario is that they work on it and it just, The Witcher 4 ends up having problems very similar to every other Epic game where it's like it runs good at 30 FPS because you can kind of motion blur away a lot of the problems. But anything beyond that, it really struggles. I hope that's not the case. I hope they can work on it and improve it, but time will tell. Please summarize the video. Basically, there is a consensus with a lot of these developers across the industry with different engines, different, technologies and solutions for their rendering pipelines that they can use temporal solutions to fix issues within the image to hit certain frame rate targets.
Has said about the story of Intergalactic?
Yeah, we looked at it earlier. Thank you for the sub with Prime, by the way. We looked at it earlier when he was talking to the New York Times, I think it was. And he alluded to it being about like a fictitious religion and doubling down on the idea of what happens when you put your faith in the wrong institutions and stuff. I don't really know what to make of it, but there's at least that. Not much to work with as far as I'm aware. But yeah, anyway, but as for the video again, it's the temporal solutions have some benefits, but most of it is downsides. And with so many companies moving over to Unreal Engine, which has an over-reliance on temporal solutions to smooth out a lot of other problems, it's creating an industry standard, which is not good and which people should not be okay with because it creates that standard Unreal Engine performance issue. It creates issues that will echo across many, many releases. And because Epic's doing it and so many other companies are using Epic or using Unreal Engine, a lot of studios are just getting used to it. There's other problems with other solutions like DLSS, and these other upscalers that don't actually deal with the optimization issues. They are just a patchwork over the problem, and they're hoping that gamers don't notice. And I think eventually they will notice. What happened to Unity? What didn't happen to Unity? Unity has lots of problems themselves. Most of Unity's problems were executive led, where basically they had extremely greedy means of trying to monetize it. They moved it from charging you royalties based on like how much money you're generating, they tried to rework it into per install. So if you had a mobile game installed, you would have to pay for that. If you had demos installed, you'd have to pay for that. Like, it would basically bankrupt countless indie studios. It would be extremely bad. So a lot of people bailed on Unity and they moved over to Unreal, and they announced their new games are coming in Unreal, and Unity lost all confidence with devs. So even though they walked a lot of that back because people freaked out, they just lost all confidence and trust with everybody, and so they just decided to move on. But they did it to themselves. You can't really blame people for moving away from them. CD, thank you for that. CD Media, the biggest issue is
the industry needs Unreal devs. If people only worked on the Red Engine or Dachima, they aren't replaceable if they leave. Getting everyone on Unreal is a staffing problem that studios are trying to solve.
Yeah, I think it will make talent more interchangeable, so it'll make it easier for devs to move from one studio to another because everybody will be familiar with the same tools. I think that will certainly help because, it's just everybody will not. You won't need to spend 6 months learning how to do your job before you can start doing your job. You'll be able to just get hired and start doing your job. And that's a big benefit. The other benefit of it being there is that, again, everybody, all the money and all the focus goes to this one platform, this one tool set. And so that tool set gets the collected benefit of all those companies' expertise, where CDPR can tell them, hey, we need this to make this game run better. And so they work on that. And then this other company comes in and says, hey, we're making a first-person shooter single-player game, Halo. And we need this done. And so Epic works on that and adds that to the engine. And so the hope is that everybody kind of works together and it makes the industry more simpatico, and everybody works together and makes it better and better. Hopefully that's what happens. What might happen is that all games start to look and feel the same, and all the problems that affected this one game affect all the other games. And so it's just a little hard to tell right now, but yeah, it's just what happens when there's not more competition. That's what happens. But I also don't blame devs, because running a game development studio is hard enough. Running a game dev studio and a software company to develop an engine at the same time is extra difficult.
Salmayago L is
I'm
now
out of
a
coffee.
member. I never did this, so why not?
Oh, membership. Thank you, Samaya. Good to see you. 4 months. Ooh, baby. Let's get it. And Potatonator, thank you for the sub over on Twitch. Thank you. Spider-Man Kush, in a world where every game is made faster and easier with UE5, does that mean games will ultimately get cheaper? Also, if games can't hit 60 FPS consistently, does that also make games less expensive? Does it make them less expensive to make? Yeah, it should, which is part of the reason they like the idea. Does it make it cheaper for consumers? No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think they're going to magically go back and be like, okay, they're $60 now because we saved money using Unreal. I don't think they do that. I think it makes games faster to make, cheaper to make, and more profitable. That's the thing. As for whether like hitting 60 FPS consistently, does that also make the games less expensive? No, I mean, I don't think that affects anything. I think you're going to see a concerted effort over next year where a lot of big studios are going to try to renormalize 30 FPS, because it was acceptable during the PS4 gen. People accepted that some of the biggest games of the year would launch at 30, whether it's Red Dead or it's God of War, or if it's Bloodborne or whatever. 30 FPS was considered an acceptable standard. And I think you're going to see studios really pushing for that to be the standard again, whether that's GTA 6 or whatever else. Because I think that push for 60 frames has been part of the problem, where so many studios are terrified of people boycotting their game if it's not playable at 60. So they introduce all these temporal solutions to get there, and it just ends up making everything else kind of suffer. Yeah. But let's do this. News segment. Let's talk about The Witcher 4 real quick to wrap this up. New let me say it this way. There's a newsletter that just went up from Jason Schreier about, you guessed it, The Witcher 4. It's titled How CD Projekt Has Transformed to Make the Fantasy Role-Playing Game The Witcher 4. And its interviews with leadership on the highly anticipated game announced last week says the company has changed drastically over the last few years. And this is something we've seen. We've looked at interviews from, for example, the game director for Phantom Liberty, where they outlined how they changed their entire development process. They'll allude to it in this article, I'm sure, but basically just the difference is instead of having a bunch of little bitty teams that are all isolated, and so you've got, you know, your coding team, your writing team, your art team, the animators, sound design, the graphics team, lighting like instead of having all of these isolated and separate, where you have to pass through each one, getting sign-offs each way along the way until you get to the final approval from the producers. Instead of that, which was super inefficient because, you know, if they ran into a problem, they have to go all the way back here and then they go through again. And like, oh, wait, but this written portion doesn't work because there was just some scandal that happened in the real world, so we have to rewrite this quest. Okay, send it back to the writing team. Okay, so after all this, send it back to the writing, and then we go back through again. And then, oh, wait, but we also ran into a big bug in the engine. We have to send it back to coding. And so it goes back to coding, and then it goes through all of these waves again. It's just inefficient. It's just inefficient through and through. This is a problem that's plagued many, many studios. BGS is another one that's been affected by it. So their new solution is to basically just take one person from each of these teams, and one person from each of them comes out and is represented. And so you have little strike teams that have maybe 7 or 8 people in them, but they have different talents from each of their teams. And so these groups can now focus on working on each section. So instead of having to go all the way back through the bureaucratic mess, they can just have one strike team that does one sequence of the game and you're good. Way more efficient, way more effective. And that's how they put out Phantom Liberty in the wake of Cyberpunk 2077 and that whole debacle. But here they are. He says, I interviewed director and executive producer of the newly announced Witcher 4. The Witcher returns. On Friday morning, hundreds of people in Poland woke up well before dawn, eager to hear the latest video game news about to break thousands of miles away on the other side of the Atlantic. Most logged on to video calls, but a few changed out of their pajamas and headed into the office so they could watch together and be together, watching a live stream at 2 a.m. For staff at the video game developer CD Projekt SA, it was worth the bleary eyes. At the start of 2024's Game Awards, the buzzy, much-watched ceremony in LA kicked off with an announcement for CDPR's next big title, the fantasy role-playing game The Witcher 4. The preview was met with raucous applause. Quote, imagine how passionate you have to be to wake up in the middle of the night together in the studio, cover yourself in blankets and watch, said the director of the game. We are really confident in what kind of game we're making. We believe this is going to be a great successor to The Witcher 3. The past decade has been something of a roller coaster ride for CD Projekt, one of Poland's biggest companies. In 2015, the studio released The Witcher 3, which went on to win critical acclaim and sell more than 50 million copies. Then in 2020, the company hit its nadir with the release of the much-hyped Cyberpunk 2077, which was so buggy that it got pulled from sale from the PlayStation Store, which is true. In the years since then, the company has worked to win back player trust with bug fixes and updates, culminating in a 2023 with an overhaul of the game and a well-received expansion, Phantom Liberty. Now with The Witcher 4, CD Projekt hopes to build on the momentum and avoid repeating the mistakes that led the company to lose more than half of its value, which is true. The stock cratered. Quote, we're grateful for this experience. It made us stronger. The Witcher 4 will star Ciri, adopted daughter of Geralt, the protagonist of the previous games. The new game has been in pre-production for 2 or 3 years, although they decided on Ciri a decade ago and entered production last month with a team of more than 400 workers. Quote, there are a few people still missing. Probably some additional developers will join us in the next year, but not that much, he said. The game's executive producer said. We are set up. The structures are ready. The pipelines are ready. We are now full speed with it. It's happening. Even so, the game is still a ways out. And one takeaway after the Cyberpunk 2077 experience was to give this project as much time as necessary rather than rushing it out the door. Bugs be damned. Quote, we can go back to that and say, this happened, this is what happened, we don't want that again. But we are already in the next stage. There were so many actions taken, so many changes. You can see it on a daily basis that it's different, a different thing already. For the company's staff, Cyberpunk 2077 was a difficult project due to the long hours, siloed teams, and unstable technology. Afterwards, CD Projekt made major changes. The company has reorganized into a cross-disciplinary teams and implemented a system to alert managers if employees are working too many hours for prolonged periods of time. Perhaps the biggest change is that The Witcher 4 is being developed on Epic Game Inc.'s Unreal Engine rather than on the company's internal technology, making it easier to hire engineers, designers, and artists who are already familiar with the tools. It also allows developers to test out the game earlier. Quote, "It makes you iterate quicker and more efficiently. We want to be able to play this game every day on each platform, and having Unreal helps us a lot to achieve that." He said the company's leadership has also tried to improve its communication style while doing a better job of getting everyone on the same page. "We have much more awareness about the cost of decisions. Okay, can we do this? But there will be a cost. I think the transparency is important with a company that size to over communicate, make sure everyone's aware of what's happening." Which is true. They talk about the disruptions from COVID and everything, but they say we iterate often, play the game a lot. There was one of our things, even at the very beginning, make sure it's working on the console, and we play it. We take it really seriously. It seems like this is why, like, this might be one of those games that is just ridiculously polished because they want so badly not to have another Cyberpunk situation. They just cannot handle that, which is good. I mean, that's why making the big deal out of Cyberpunk 2077's launch was a good thing, because it not just scared these guys into being like never again, but every other studio was looking at that being like, oh God, yeah, we cannot have that happen again. We don't want to be them right now, so we got to fix it. The biggest looming challenge could be making the coming sequel feel innovative. The previous game was a leap over its first two, thanks to its top-notch cinematics and sprawling open world. Now the designers of The Witcher 4 are looking for ways to make the game feel revolutionary enough to justify the decade-long hiatus. I mean, I don't envy them for like having to come up with how to make this feel like the leap ahead, but again, it's literally their job. Kalemba wouldn't get into specifics, but said that they hope to bring forward some of the ideas they explored in Cyberpunk 2077. The next Witcher game probably won't feature guns or cars, but it may offer players more options for dealing with quests and encounters. The way we actually build this experience and the way we want to let the player have some choices, not only narratively, but also gameplay-wise. We want to put the player perspective, player agency more in the center of things. When will we get it, though? That's still unclear. Following last week's announcement, the company's share price dropped due to the lack of a release date. Kalemba said this reveal was not, quote, the beginning of a marketing campaign, end quote. Rather, he said the goal was to share with the world what we've been cooking so far with this franchise as they build the game in the coming years. The other reason that they often do this is they reveal the trailer so that they can recruit even more talent. Because for a lot of people, their dream is to work on a Witcher game. And if you are an amazing talent that works at Ubisoft or that works at Rockstar or works with EA or whatever, and you saw that trailer and you were thinking of maybe shaking it up and getting a new job, they're posting job listings all the time on X and on their website. They're going to get people that are starting to apply for the Witcher project. And they get more talent. That's what helps them make the game. So there's perks to also revealing a game like this, because the famous story with, for example, Redfall was they had people applying for a job at the studio at Arcane Austin who thought they were going to be working on a new Prey game, who thought they were going to be working on something related to that. And they got the job, but everything's under NDA, nothing's announced yet. So they got the job, and then one thing leads to another. They show up on their first day and they're told, no. You're working on a cooperative looter shooter. Oh, and a lot of people were not happy. A lot of senior talent left the studio. A lot of the new talent didn't stay for very long because it's not what they wanted. You know, it really can make a difference if you just tell people what you're making so people know ahead of time. And you can attract the talent as a result. He says, quote, but it also provided a jolt for company morale, the type of thing that made CD Projekt staff members want to gather at 2 a.m. to watch the announcement live and to gobble up fan reactions. The company's reputation has taken several significant swings. In 2015, it was considered one of the world's top developers. In 2021, it was a borderline pariah. And now, after the redemption of Cyberpunk 2077 and the reveal of The Witcher 4, CD Projekt has again turned into a fan favorite. Quote, this was, of course, for the world, but it was also for us. We were so happy to see The Witcher 4, and the world is on board with us now. Pretty straightforward article. But I do think it's pretty clear for them they need this to be a hit. They are working hard to make sure it is one, and they do not want to repeat the same drama and struggles of the first game. They're working very, very hard to, or of Cyberpunk rather. They don't want to do that. They want to make sure that they can have a solid release when it eventually comes, and I'm here for it. But hearing them say it's not the start of a marketing cycle, they previously said they think the next marketing cycle should last like a year to 2 years, but not longer than that. And if they're saying this is not the start of a marketing cycle, if they're saying that specifically, that tells me, okay, so it's more than 2 years away right now. So after seeing that interview where he says clearly it's not the start of a marketing cycle, that tells me late 2026, early 2027, I think is realistically where it lands. But I wouldn't be surprised if it slips into mid to late 2027 when all is said and done. Because I remember them saying specifically, marketing cycle wise, we think no more than 2 years. And if they're saying this is not the start of that, then it's probably 2027 to 2028, maybe, if it really extends. But you better believe they're going to take as much time as they need to get it where it needs to be. Yeah. Reluctantly curious to see CDPR game in Unreal Engine 5. Over the next few years, you're going to see trailers and stuff with it. Like they'll do a trailer at the Epic Showcase, whatever they call it. And they'll use it to showcase some new tech and stuff. It's going to be a whole thing. Oh. Okay, last segment, then we'll wrap it up with this. Are you ready? Yeah, I just saw Lonely Fades. I just saw it pop up. You read my mind. You read my mind. Ba, 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 ba. Mm-hmm. Oh, take. Sorry, I missed that one. Listening to this guy talk must be what it feels like to be a regular stupid person. He might as well be speaking ancient Latin to me. Oh, the engine stuff, you mean? He's just casting spells in some ritualistic Latin. Okay, let's talk about this real quick. News segment. Exclusive. Ubisoft wants to change the Far Cry formula with Far Cry 7 and Maverick. In 2023, Insider Gaming had several reports on the Far Cry series throughout the year. Notably, the Far Cry series currently has 2 games in development, which were both originally under the same game and codenamed Talisker. I don't know what that is. Its next mainline title is now under the codename Blackbird, and an extraction-based shooter is under the codename Maverick. Both games are still in development at the time of writing, but their release dates have been pushed back internally from 2025 to 2026 due to complexities in development. This, honestly, I think is probably good. Hearing all of these games having cascading delays as a result of Star Wars Outlaws and their kind of wake-up call from that, I think that's good. You remember in the wake of AC Unity and that disaster, they delayed a lot of stuff internally, and as a result, Ubisoft actually had a bit of a comeback. Whether you like the new Assassin's Creed games or not is kind of a separate thing, but in terms of like revenues, in terms of sale numbers, they sold more copies of games in that period after AC Unity, in that like 5-year period after, mostly spearheaded by Rainbow and by AC Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. So they found a lot of success after delaying, and then they seemingly kind of forgot that was important to take their time and finish games. They had a couple oopsies, like Breakpoint, for example, in the mix, but in general, they seem to have learned their lesson for a little bit, at least, and then they forgot it. But I think these delays are good. Give devs more time, and things will improve and get better. That's kind of the key. Moving from Dunya to Snowdrop and under development at Ubisoft Montreal, both games are set to move away from the Far Cry formula. Maverick, which takes place in the Alaskan wilderness, will see players fight one another, animals, and the harsh weather to survive. On the flip side, Blackbird will now see the player have to rescue his family, not played by Cillian Murphy, who have been kidnapped by a conspiracy cult who have been performing hallucinogenic experiments on animals and children. It's said that the player has 24 real-life hours, 72 hours in-game, to rescue their family, and the timer is reflected in-game by the player wearing a watch on his wrist. I know some people didn't like this idea. I kind of love it. I love the idea they're doing something different. Because if it was just another kind of generic first-person shooter, I wouldn't be that interested. But I like the real-time limitations in games. I love it in the Dead Rising series. I think that it's kind of a clever way of pushing people into like a sort of existential stress over what they're doing. And if they want to do more side stuff, if they want to do other things, that's fine. Either play the game again, or maybe you say screw it to your family, you don't save them, and you just keep messing around in the real world or in the game world, like in Dead Rising. You don't have to solve the main story quest. If you want to just do everything else on the side, that's cool. You'll just suffer this consequence over here. So I know some people really don't like that idea. That's totally cool. You don't have to, but I like this. I like the idea they're doing something different. And also, like, people have for years complained that Ubisoft doesn't try different things. They don't try more experimental game design. They don't try wacky ideas. They just do the generic, most milquetoast thing ever. And this is pretty far from milquetoast. I mean, this is a pretty significant game design choice that is going to affect everything else in the game. So I think it's an interesting idea. He continues, but it isn't just the gameplay loop of both games that's changing. It's understood that both games have had significant overhauls to their movement systems too, including the addition of tactical sprinting, sliding, vaulting, and more. Seemingly, this is due to both projects originating from the same game and sharing similar movement mechanics. With the similarities of both games bleeding into one another, other aspects, including the inventory system and looting, also appear to bleed from the extraction-based shooter into Blackbird 2, with the sources outlining that it doesn't affect the mainline entry. I'd argue, quote, I'd argue it makes a lot of sense given your desperation to rescue your family, said one source when asked. Interesting. Okay. Internally, Ubisoft Montreal and its supporting studios on Blackbird are optimistic, but some concerns over Maverick and its future loom given recent events of the publisher. Ubisoft has been attempting to do a Far Cry multiplayer for the best part of a decade, and while an extraction shooter could make a lot of sense for the Far Cry universe, it was ultimately greenlit to chase trends, and the genre doesn't seem to have attracted the player numbers that the industry thought it would. It's true. I mean, we have a lot more extraction shooters also coming. I mean, even PlayStation has their big extraction shooter, Fair Game $, that's slated for next year as well. So I think a lot of companies thought that the extraction shooter would become the new battle royale. And like, while extraction shooters are popular and there are some big ones, it also like is not on that level of like trend wise. It's not the big new thing. So it's a thing, but it's not the big new thing, you know. They go on, Defiant's recent cancellation and subsequent layoffs felt like the beginning of a downward spiral, said some staff, with Eve's internal memo following the announcement of its cancellation not inspiring much confidence in those already unsure about their project's future. For now, though, Ubisoft is seemingly trying to break its own trend of chasing trends, and Far Cry 7, or whatever it's called, and Maverick seems to be a step in the right direction, albeit a considerable risk. Which I think, again, is good. They have to take risks. They have to try something fresh. And even though some people are going to complain about this 24 real life hour thing, I personally like that. It's different. It's a hard choice. It's like a significant change in the formula. And it's a bold one that some people will hate, but some people will love. And I think that that's good. Instead of trying to make everybody happy, just do something you think will make for a cool game and go for it. The idea that like you're trying to motivate the player to go and save their family and you give them actual time constraints, not just like an arbitrary thing, but like a real quantifiable push. That to me, I think is solid. I think that that's a good move and I will compliment them for that. As for the extraction shooter that they're trying to do, who knows how that turns out. I am far from an expert in extraction shooters, but I'm at the very least intrigued that they're trying to do something like that. It seems interesting, but whether that finds success or not, I think I'm much less confident in that. Personally, because I think Ubisoft doesn't really know, seemingly recently, how to launch a live service game and lead it to green pastures where it can thrive. So them doing another one, I wouldn't be that confident. But they're going to keep trying. There's also, you know, the rumors of a live service Assassin's Creed game coming. So I'm sure we're going to see an attempt at that. Oh, Babe is here. Hi, Babe.
Hi, Babe.
How is Babe?
You gotta put the kids down.
What?
You gotta put the kids down.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
The potty trained one has the shit, so.
Oh. Womp womp. How was preschool story time thing? Oh, good. Good. Cute. Live service, excuse me. Yeah, they're doing like a they're doing, yeah, well, it's because I normally stop streaming at 2, so she's coming in to be like yeah. But no, what they're doing is they're doing Shadows, which will be its own big thing that will last like 2-3 years. And then they're going to be doing like a multiplayer game, which is like probably PvP or something like that. And then they're going to do a co-op game where you're going to, I think the rumors are that you're going to play with your friends to like take down assassination targets, kind of like Unity, if you think about Unity. And then they're also going to be doing Hexe, which is going to be like a more linear, hardcore, dark, gritty narrative game. And that's going to be in like 2026 probably. And then after that, they're doing other, like they have a lot of stuff coming. And it's going to be a lot of little bitty things that will not appeal to everybody. But again, I think that that's a good idea. Instead of trying to have the one Assassin's Creed game that has everything, that has co-op, multiplayer, live service, like instead of trying to do one game that does everything, they're going to try to segment. So they have the one big open world Assassin's Creed game in the form of Shadows. And then they have the co-op game that's over here. And then they have the multiplayer game that's over here. And then they have this game that's over here. I think that's a better way of doing it. But you will hear people that will be like, oh, they forgot about everything. Shadows was so bad. They made a multiplayer game, just totally oblivious to the fact that these games take like 5 years to make. But that's a separate issue. That's a whole other thing. But okay. I think that's good. I think we'll call it there. I'm going to go check on the wife and the kids and everybody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me over on Twitch, on YouTube. You guys are amazing. I greatly appreciate all of you. We'll be back probably with Joe Raptor for the podcast on Wednesday. It's going to be sick. So buckle up, buckaroo for that. And yeah, we're vibing. We're rocking and rolling, having a great time. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for being with me. Thanks for hanging. I love you all desperately. And I'll see you in the next one, okay? Hugs and kisses, my friends. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.